Chapter 21 of Eben Holden. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. Eben Holden, A Tale of the North Country, by Irving Bacheller. Chapter 21. We have our secrets, but guard them as we may, it is not long before others have them also. We do much talking without words. I once knew a man who did his drinking secretly and his reeling in public, and thought he was fooling everybody. That shows how much easier it is for one to fool himself than to fool another. What is in a man's heart is on his face, and is shortly written all over him. Therein is a mighty lesson. Of all people I ever knew, Elizabeth Brower had the surest eye for looking into one's soul, and I, myself, have some gift of penetration. I knew shortly that Mrs. Brower, wise and prudent woman that she was, had suspected my love for Hope and her love for me, and had told her what she ought to say if I spoke of it. The maturity of judgment in Hope's answer must have been the result of much thought and counsel, it seemed to me. "If you do not speak again, I shall know you do not love me any longer," she had said. They were brave words that stood for something very deep in the character of those people, a self-repression that was sublime often in their women. As I said them to myself, those lonely summer days in Faraway, I saw in their sweet significance no hint of the bitterness they were to bring. But God knows I have had my share of pleasure and no more bitterness than I deserved. It was a lonely summer for me. I had letters from Hope, 10 of them, which I still keep and read, often with something of the old pleasure. Girlish letters that told of her work and friends, and gave me some sweet counsel and much assurance between the lines. I traveled in new roads that vacation time. Politics and religion, as well as love, began to interest me. Slavery was looming into the proportion of a great issue, and the stories of cruelty and outrage on the plantations of the South stirred my young blood and made it ready for the letting of battle, in God's time. The speeches in the Senate were read aloud in our sitting room after supper, the day the Tribune came, and all lent a tongue to their discussion. Jed Feary was with us one evening, I remember, when our talk turned into long ways, the end of which I have never found to this day. Elizabeth had been reading of a slave who, according to the paper, had been whipped to death. "If God knows that such things are being done, why don't he stop 'em?" David asked. "Can't very well," said Jed Feary. "Can, if he's omnipotent," said David. "That's a bad word, a dangerous one," said the old poet, dropping his dialect as he spoke. "It makes God responsible for evil as well as good. The word carries us beyond our depth. It's too big for our boots. I'd rather think he can do what's doable and knows what's knowable. In the beginning he gave laws to the world, and these laws are unchangeable, or they are not wise and perfect. If God were to change them, he would thereby acknowledge their imperfection. By this law men and races suffer as they struggle upward. But if the law is unchangeable, can it be changed for a better cause even than the relief of a whipped slave? In good time the law shall punish and relieve. The groans of them that suffer shall hasten it, but there shall be no change in the law. There can be no change in the law." "Little hard to tell just how powerful God is," said Uncle Eb. "Good deal like trying to weigh Lake Champlain with a quart pail and a pair of steelyards." "If God's laws are unchangeable, what is the use of praying?" I asked. "He can give us the strength to bear, the will to obey 'em, and light to guide us," said the poet. "I've written out a few lines to read to Bill here 'fore he goes off to college. They have somethin' to say on this subject. The poem hints at things he'd oughta learn pretty soon, if he don't know 'em now." The old poet felt in his pockets as he spoke, and withdrew a folded sheet of straw-colored wrapping paper and opened it. I was Bill, plain Bill to everybody in that country, where, as you increased your love of a man, you diminished his name. I had been called Willie, William, and Billy, and finally, when I threw the strong man of the township in a wrestling match, they gave me this failed token of confidence. I bent over the shoulder of Jed Feary for a view of the manuscript, closely written with a lead pencil, and marked with many erasures. "Let's hear it," said David Brower. Then I moved the lamp to his elbow, and he began reading. "A talk with William Brower, on the occasion of his going away to college, and writ out in rhyme for him, by his friend Jedediah Feary, to be a token of respect. The man that loses faith in God, you'll find out, every time, has found a faith in his own self that's mighty nigh sublime. He knows as much as all the saints, and calls religion flighty, and in his narrow world assumes the place o' God Almighty. But don't expect too much o' God, it wouldn't be quite fair, if for everything you wanted, you could only swap a prayer. I'd pray for yours, and you for mine, and Deacon Henry Hosper, he wouldn't have a thing to do but lay abed and prosper. If all things come so easy, Bill, they'd have but little worth, and someone with a gift o' prayer 'ud maybe own the earth. It's the toil you give to get a thing, the sweat and blood and trouble, we reckon by, and every tear 'll make its value double. There's a money o' the soul, my boy, you'll find in after years, its pennies are the sweat drops, and its dollars are the tears. And love is the redeemin' gold that measures what they're worth, and you'll get as much in heaven as you've given out on earth. For the record of your doin', I believe the soul is planned with an automatic register to tell just how you stand, and it won't take any cipherin' to show that fearful day if you've multiplied your talents well or thrown 'em all away. When your feet are on the summit and the wide horizon clears, and you look back on your pathway windin' through the vale o' tears, when you see how much you've trespassed and how fur you've gone astray, you'll know the way o' Providence ain't apt to be your way. God knows as much as can be known, but I don't think it's true He knows of all the dangers in the path o' me and you. If I shut my eyes and hurl a stone that kills the King o' Siam, the chances are that God'll be as much surprised as I am. If you pray with faith believin', why you'll certainly receive, but that God does what's impossible is more than I'll believe. If it grieves Him when a sparrow falls, it's sure as anything He'd have turned the arrow if He could, that broke the sparrow's wing. You can read old Nature's history that's writ in rocks and stones, you can see her throbbin' vitals and her mighty rack o' bones. But the soul o' her, the livin' God, a little child may know, no lens or rule o' cipherin' can ever hope to show. There's a part o' God's creation very handy to your view. All the truth o' life is in it, and remember, Bill, it's you. And after all your science you must look up in your mind, and learn its own astronomy, the star o' peace to find. There's good old Aunt Samantha Jane, that all her journey long has led her heart to labor with a reveille of song. Her folks have robbed and left her, but her faith in goodness grows. She hasn't any learnin', but I tell you, Bill, she knows. She's had her share o' troubles. I remember well the day we took her to the poorhouse, she was singin' all the way. You needn't be afraid to come where stormy Jordan flows, if all the learnin' you can get has taught you half she knows. I give this crude example of rustic philosophy not because it has my endorsement, God knows I have ever felt it far beyond me, but because it is useful to those who may care to know the man who wrote it. I give it the poor fame of these pages with keen regret that my friend is now long past the praise or blame of this world. End of chapter 21. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 22 of Eben Holden. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. Eben Holden, A Tale of the North Country, by Irving Bacheller. Chapter 22. The horse played a part of no small importance in that country. He was the coin of the realm, a medium of exchange, a standard of value, an exponent of moral character. The man that traveled without a horse was on his way to the poorhouse. Uncle Eb or David Brower could tell a good horse by the sound of his footsteps, and they brought into St. Lawrence County the haughty Morgans from Vermont. There was more pride in their high heads than in any of the good people. A northern Yankee who was not carried away with a fine horse had excellent self-control. Politics and the steed were the only things that ever woke him to enthusiasm, and there a man was known as he traded. Uncle Eb used to say that one ought always to underestimate his horses a little for the sake of a reputation. We needed another horse to help with the haying, and Bob Dean, a tricky trader who had heard of it, drove in after supper one evening and offered a rangy brown animal at a low figure. We looked him over, tried him up and down the road, and then David, with some shrewd suspicion as I divined later, said I could do as I pleased. I bought the horse and led him proudly to the stable. Next morning an Irishman, the extra man for the haying, came in with a worried look to breakfast. "That new horse has a chitterin' kind of cough," he said. "A cough?" said I. "'Tain't just a cough neither," he said, "but a kind of toom." With the last word he obligingly imitated the sound of the cough. It threw me into perspiration. "Sounds bad," said Uncle Eb as he looked at me and snickered. "'Fraid Bill ain't much of a jockey," said David, smiling. "Got a grand appetite, that hoss has," said Tip Taylor. After breakfast Uncle Eb and I hitched him to the light buggy and touched him up for a short journey down the road. In 5 minutes he had begun to heave and whistle. I felt sure one could have heard him half a mile away. Uncle Eb stopped him and began to laugh. "A whistler," said he, "sure's you're born. He ain't wuth a bag o' beans. But don't ye never let on. When ye get licked ye mustn't never find fault. If anybody asks ye 'bout him, tell 'em he's all ye expected." We stood waiting a moment for the horse to recover himself. A team was nearing us. "There's Bob Dean," Uncle Eb whispered. "The durned scalawag. Don't ye say a word now." "Good mornin'," said Dean, smiling as he pulled up beside us. "Nice pleasant mornin'," said Uncle Eb as he cast a glance into the sky. "What ye standin' here for?" Dean asked. Uncle Eb expectorated thoughtfully. "Jest a lookin' at the scenery," said he. "Purty country right here. Always liked it." "Nice lookin' hoss ye got there," said Dean. "Grand hoss," said Uncle Eb, surveying him proudly. "Most remarkable hoss." "Good stepper, too," said Dean soberly. "Splendid," said Uncle Eb. "Can go a mile without catchin' his breath." "That's so," said Dean. "Good deal like Lucy Purvis," Uncle Eb added. "She can say the hull multiplication table an' only breathe once." You can learn something from a hoss like that. He's good as a district school, that hoss is." "Yes, sir, that hoss is all right," said Dean, as he drove away. "Righter'n I expected," Uncle Eb shouted, and then he covered his mouth, shaking with suppressed laughter. "Skunk," he said, as we turned the animal and started to walk him home. "Don't mind being beat, but I don't like to have a man rub it in on me. I'll get even with him, maybe." And he did. It came about in this way. We turned our new purchase into the pasture, and Uncle Eb and I drove away to Potsdam for a better nag. We examined all the horses in that part of the country. At last we chanced upon one that looked like the Whistler, save that he had a white stocking on one hind foot. "Same age, too," said Uncle Eb, as he looked into his mouth. "Can pass anything on the road," said his owner. "Can he?" said Uncle Eb, who had no taste for slow going. "Hitch him up and let's see what he can do." He carried us faster than we had ever ridden before at a trot, and coming up behind another team the man pulled out, let the reins loose on his back, and whistled. If anyone had hit him with a log chain, the horse could not have moved quicker. He took us by the other team like a flash, on the dead run, and 3 in the buggy. "He'll do all right," said Uncle Eb, and paid for the horse. It was long after dark when we started home, leading him behind, and near midnight when we arrived. In the morning I found Uncle Eb in the stable showing him to the other help. To my surprise the white stocking had disappeared. "Didn't just like that white stockin'," he said as I came in. "Wondered how he'd look without it." They all agreed this horse and the Whistler were as much alike as 2 peas in appearance. Breakfast over, Uncle Eb asked the Irishman to hitch him up. "Come, Bill," said he, "let's take a ride. Dean'll be comin' along by'n by, on his way to town with that trotter of his'n. Rather like to meet him." I had only a faint idea of his purpose. He let the horse step along at top speed going up the road, and when we turned about he was breathing heavily. We jogged him back down the road a mile or so, and when I saw the blazed face of Dean's mare in the distance we pulled up and shortly stopped him. Dean came along in a moment. "Nice mornin'," said he. "Grand," said Uncle Eb. "Lookin' at the landscape again?" "Yes, I've just begun to see what a pretty country this is," said Uncle Eb. "How's the hoss?" "Splendid. Gives you time to think and see what you're passin'. Like to set and think once in a while. We don't do enough thinkin' here in this part of the country." "You'd orter buy this mare and learn how to ride fast," said Dean. "That one?" said Uncle Eb, squinting at the mare. "Why, she can't go fast enough." "She can't, eh?" said Dean, bridling with injured pride. "I don't think there's anything in this town can head her." "Thunder!" said Uncle Eb. "I can go by her with this old plug easy 'twixt here and our gate. You didn't know what ye was sellin'." "If ye pass her once I'll give her to you," said he. "Mean it?" said Uncle Eb. "Sartain," said he, a little redder in the face. "And if I don't I'll give ye the Whistler," said Uncle Eb as he turned about. The mare went away, under the whip, before we had fairly started. She was going a 50 shot, but in a moment we were lapping upon her hind wheel. Dean threw a startled glance over his shoulder. Then he shouted to the mare. She quickened her pace a little, but we kept our position. Uncle Eb was leaning over the dasher, his white locks flying. He had something up his sleeve, as they say, and was not yet ready to use it. Then Dean began to sheer over to cut us off, a nasty trick of the low horseman. I saw Uncle Eb glance at the ditch ahead. I knew what was coming and took a firm hold of the seat. The ditch was a bit rough, but Uncle Eb had no lack of courage. He turned the horse's head, let up on the reins and whistled. I have never felt such a thrill as then. Our horse leaped into the deep grass, running like a wild deer. "Hi there! Hi there!" Uncle Eb shouted, bouncing in his seat, as we went over stones and hummocks going like the wind. "Go, ye brown devil!" he yelled, his hat flying off as he shook the reins. The mare lost her stride. We flashed by and came up into the road. Looking back, I saw her jumping up and down a long way behind us, and Dean whipping her. Uncle Eb, his hands over the dasher, had pulled down to a trot. Ahead of us we could see our folks, men and women, at the gate looking down the road at us waving hats and handkerchiefs. They had heard the noise of the battle. Uncle Eb let up on the reins and looked back snorting with amusement. In a moment we pulled up at our gate. Dean came along slowly. "That's a pretty good mare," said Uncle Eb. "You're welcome to her," said Dean sullenly. "Wouldn't have her," said Uncle Eb. "Why not?" said the trader, a look of relief coming over his face. "Can't go fast enough for my use," Uncle Eb answered. "You can just hitch her in here a while, and the first day you come over with $100, you can have her and the whistler, both on 'em. That whistler's a grand hoss. Can hold his breath longer'n any hoss I ever knew." The sum named was that we had paid him for the highly accomplished animal. Dean had the manhood to pay up then and there, and said he would send for the other horse, which he never did. "Guess he won't bother us any more when we stop to look at the scenery," said Uncle Eb, laughing as Dean drove away. "Kinder resky business buyin' hosses," he added. "Got to judge the owner as well as the hoss. If there's anything the matter with his conscience, it'll come out in the hoss somewhere every time. Never knew a mean man to own a good hoss. Remember, boy, it's a lame soul that drives a limpin' hoss." "No use talkin'. Bill ain't no judge of a hoss," said David Brower. "He'll have to have an education or he'll get to the poorhouse some day certain." "Well, he's a good judge of gals, anyway," said Uncle Eb. As for myself, I was now hopelessly confirmed in my dislike of farming, and I never traded horses again. End of chapter 22. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 23 of Eben Holden. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. Eben Holden, A Tale of the North Country, by Irving Bacheller. Chapter 23. Late in August, Uncle Eb and I took our Black Hawk stallion to the fair in Hillsborough and showed him for a prize. He was fit for the eye of a king, when we had finished grooming him that morning and led him out, rearing in play, his eyes flashing from under his broad plume so that all might have a last look at him. His arched neck and slim barrel glowed like satin as the sunlight fell upon him. His black mane flew, he shook the ground with his hoofs, playing at the halter's end. He hated a harness and once in it lost half his conceit. But he was vainest of all things in Faraway when we drove off with him that morning. All roads led to Hillsborough fair time. Up and down the long hills we went on a stiff jog, passing lumber wagons with generations enough in them to make a respectable genealogy, the old people in chairs; light wagons that carried young men and their sweethearts; backwoodsmen coming out in ancient vehicles upon reeling, creaking wheels to get food for a year's reflection; all thickening the haze of the late summer with the dust of the roads. And Hillsborough itself was black with people. The shouts of excited men, the neighing of horses, the bellowing of cattle, the wailing of infants, the howling of vendors, the pressing crowd, had begun to sow the seed of misery in the minds of those accustomed only to the peaceful quietude of the farm. The staring eye, the palpitating heart, the aching head, were successive stages in the doom of many. The fair had its floral hall carpeted with sawdust and redolent of cedar, its dairy house, its mechanics' hall, sacred to farming implements, its long sheds full of sheep and cattle, its dining hall, its temporary booths of rough lumber, its half-mile track and grandstand. Here voices of beast and vendor mingled in a chorus of cupidity and distress. In Floral Hall Sol Rollin was on exhibition. He gave me a cold nod, his lips set for a tune as yet inaudible. He was surveying sundry examples of rustic art that hung on the circular railing of the gallery, and trying to preserve a calm breast. He was looking at Susan Baker's painted cow that hung near us. "Very descriptive," he said, when I pressed him for his notion of it. "Rod Baker's sister Susan made that cow. Gets $2.50 every fair time. Wish I was doin' as well." "That's one of the most profitable cows in this country," I said. "Looks a good deal like a new breed." "Yes," he answered soberly, then he set his lips, threw a sweeping glance into the gallery, and passed on. Susan Baker's cow was one of the permanent features of the county fair, and was indeed a curiosity not less remarkable than the sacred ox of Mr. Barnum. Here also I met a group of the pretty girls who had been my schoolmates. They surrounded me, chattering like magpies. "There's going to be a dance at our house tonight," said one of them, "and you must come." "I cannot. I must go home," I said. "Of course," said a red-cheeked, saucy miss. "The stuck-up thing! He wouldn't go anywhere unless he could have his sister with him." Then they went away laughing. I found Ab Thomas at the rifle range. He was whittling as he considered a challenge from Tip Taylor to shoot a match. He turned and hefted the rifle, silently, and then he squinted over the barrel 2 or 3 times. "Dunno but what I'll try you once," he said presently. "Just to see." Once started, they grew red in their faces and shot themselves weary in a reckless contest of skill and endurance. A great hulking fellow, half drunk and a bit quarrelsome, came up presently, and endeavored to help Ab hold his rifle. The latter brushed him away and said nothing for a moment. But every time he tried to take aim the man jostled him. An looked up slowly and calmly, his eyebrows tilted for his aim, and said, "Go off, I tell you." Then he set himself and took aim again. "Lemme hold it," said the man, reaching for the barrel. "Shoot better if I do the aimin'." A laugh greeted this remark. Ab looked up again. There was a quick start in his great slouching figure. "Take your hand off of that," he said a little louder than before. The man, aching for more applause, grew more impertinent. Ab quietly handed the rifle to its owner. Then something happened suddenly. It was so quickly over, I am not quite sure of the order of business, but anyhow he seized the intruder by the shoulders, flinging him down so heavily it knocked the dust out of the grass. "A fight!" somebody shouted, and men and boys came running from all sides. We were locked in a pushing crowd before I could turn. The intruder lay stunned a moment. Then he rose, bareheaded, his back covered with dust, pushed his way out, and ran. Ab turned quietly to the range. Hadn't orter to come and try to do my aimin', he said mildly, by way of protest. I won't have it. Then he inquired about the score and calmly took aim again. The stallion show came on that afternoon. "They can't never beat that hoss," Uncle Eb had said to me. "'Fraid they will," I answered. "They're better hitched, for one thing." "But they ain't got the ginger in 'em," said he, "or the git up and git. If we can show what's in 'em, the Hawk'll beat 'em easy." If we won, I was to get the prize, but I had small hope of winning. When I saw one after another prance out, in sparkling silver harness adorned with rosettes of ribbon, light-stepping, beautiful creatures all of them, I could see nothing but defeat for us. Indeed, I could see we had been too confident. I dreaded the moment when Uncle Eb should drive down with Black Hawk in a plain leather harness, drawing a plainer buggy. I had planned to spend the prize money taking Hope to the harvest ball at Rickard's, and I had worked hard to put the Hawk in good fettle. I began to feel the bitterness of failure. "Black Hawk! Where is Black Hawk?" said one of the judges loudly. "Owned by David Brower of Faraway," said another, looking at his card. Where indeed was Uncle Eb? I got up on the fence and looked all about me anxiously. Then I heard a great cheering up the track. Somebody was coming down, at a rapid pace, riding a splendid moving animal, a knee rising to the nose at each powerful stride. His head and flying mane obscured the rider, but I could see the end of a rope swinging in his hand. There was something familiar in the easy, high stride of the horse. The cheers came on ahead of him like foam before a breaker. Upon my eyes! It was Black Hawk, with nothing but a plain rope halter on his head, and Uncle Eb riding him. "Get along there!" he shouted, swinging the halter stale to the shining flank. "Get along there!" And he went by like a flash, the tail of Black Hawk straight out behind him, its head feathering in the wind. It was a splendid thing to see, that white-haired man sitting erect on the flying animal, with only a rope halter in his hand. Every man about me was yelling. I swung my hat, shouting myself hoarse. When Uncle Eb came back, the Hawk was walking quietly in a crowd of men and boys eager to feel his silken sides. I crowded through and held the horse's nose while Uncle Eb got down. "Thought I wouldn't put no leather on him," said Uncle Eb. "God's gi'n him a good enough harness." The judges came and looked him over. "Guess he'll win the prize all right," said one of them. And he did. When we came home that evening, every horse on the road thought himself a trotter and went speeding to try his pace with everything that came up beside him. And many a man of Faraway that we passed sent up a shout of praise for the Black Hawk. But I was thinking of Hope and the dance at Rickard's. I had plenty of money now, and my next letter urged her to come home at once. End of chapter 23. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 24 of Eben Holden. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. Eben Holden, A Tale of the North Country, by Irving Bacheller. Chapter 24. Hope returned for a few days late in August. Invitations were just issued for the harvest dance at Rickard's. "You must take her," said Uncle Eb the day she came. "She's a purty dancer as a man ever see. Prance right up and tell her she must go. Don't want to let any one get ahead of you." "Of course I will go," she said in answer to my invitation. I shouldn't think you were a beau worth having if you did not ask me." The yellow moon was peering over Woody Ledge when we went away that evening. I knew it was our last pleasure-seeking in Faraway, and the crickets in the stubble filled the silence with a kind of mourning. She looked so fine in her big hat and new gown with its many dainty accessories of lace and ribbon, adjusted with so much patting and pulling that as she sat beside me, I hardly dared touch her for fear of spoiling something. When she shivered a little and said it was growing cool, I put my arm about her, and, as I drew her closer to my side, she turned her hat obligingly and said it was a great nuisance. I tried to kiss her then, but she put her hand over my mouth and said, sweetly, that I would spoil everything if I did that. "I must not let you kiss me, William," she said. "Not for all in the world. I'm sure you wouldn't have me do what I think is wrong, would you?" There was but one answer to such an appeal, and I made myself as happy as possible, feeling her head upon my shoulder and her soft hair touching my cheek. As I think of it now, the trust she put in me was something sublime and holy. "Then I shall talk about our love," I said. "I must do something." "Promised I wouldn't let you," she said. Then she added after a moment of silence, "I'll tell you what you may do. Tell me what is your ideal in a woman, the one you would love best of all. I don't think that would be wicked, do you?" "I think God would forgive that," I said. "She must be tall and slim, with dainty feet and hands, and a pair of big eyes, blue as a violet, shaded with long dark lashes. And her hair must be wavy and light with a little tinge of gold in it. And her cheek must have the pink of the rose and dimples that show in laughter. And her voice, that must have music in it and the ring of kindness and good nature. And her lips, let them show the crimson of her blood and be ready to give and receive a kiss when I meet her." She sighed and nestled closer to me. "If I let you kiss me just once," she whispered, "you will not ask me again, will you?" "No, sweetheart, I will not," I answered. Then we gave each other such a kiss as may be known once and only once in a lifetime. "What would you do for the love of a girl like that?" she whispered. I thought a moment, sounding depths of undiscovered woe to see if there were anything I should hesitate to suffer, and there was nothing. "I'd lay me down and die," I said. And I well remember how, when I lay dying, as I believed, in rain and darkness on the bloody field of Bull Run, I thought of that moment, and of those words. "I cannot say such beautiful things as you," she answered, when I asked her to describe her ideal. "He must be good, and he must be tall and handsome and strong and brave." Then she sang a tender love ballad. I have often shared the pleasure of thousands under the spell of her voice, but I have never heard her sing as to that small audience on Faraway Turnpike. As we came near Rickard's Hall we could hear the fiddles and the calling off. The windows on the long sides of the big house were open. Long shafts of light shot out upon the gloom. It had always reminded me of a picture of Noah's Ark that hung in my bedroom, and now it seemed to be floating, with resting oars of gold, in a deluge of darkness. We were greeted with a noisy welcome at the door. Many of the boys and girls came, from all sides of the big hall, and shook hands with us. Enos Brown, whose long forelocks had been oiled for the occasion, and combed down so they touched his right eyebrow, was panting in a jig that jarred the house. His trouser legs were caught on the tops of his fine boots. He nodded to me as I came in, snapped his fingers, and doubled his energy. It was an exhibition both of power and endurance. He was damp and apologetic when, at length, he stopped with a mighty bang of his foot and sat down beside me. He said he was badly out of practice when I offered congratulations. The first fiddler was a small man with a short leg and a character that was minus one dimension. It had length and breadth, but no thickness. He sat with his fellow player on a little platform at one end of the room. He was an odd man who wandered all over the township with his fiddle. He played by ear, and I have seen babies smile and old men dance when his bow was swaying. I remember that when I heard it for the first time, I determined that I should be a fiddler if I ever grew to be a man. But David told me that fiddlers were a worthless lot, and that no wise man should ever fool with a fiddle. One is lucky, I have since learned, if any dream of yesterday shall stand the better light of today, or the more searching rays of tomorrow. "Choose your partners for Money Musk," the caller shouted. Hope and I got into line, the music started, the circles began to sway. Darwin Powers, an old but frisky man, stood up beside the fiddlers, whistling, with sobriety and vigor, as they played. It was a pleasure to see some of the older men in the neighborhood join the dizzy riot by skipping playfully in the corners. They tried to rally their unwilling wives, and generally a number of them were dancing before the night was over. The life and color of the scene, the fresh, young faces of the girls, some of them models of rustic beauty, the playful antics of the young men, the merry-making of their fathers, the laughter, the airs of gallantry, the glances of affection, there is a magic in the thought of it all that makes me young again. There were teams before and behind us when we came home, late at night, so sleepy that the stars went reeling as we looked at them. "This night is the end of many things," I remarked. "And the beginning of better ones, I hope," was her answer. "Yes, but they are so far away," I said. "You leave home to study, and I am to be 4 years in college. Possibly I can finish in 3. "Perfectly terrible," she said, and then she added the favorite phrase and tone of her mother. "We must be patient." "I am very sorry of one thing," I said. "What's that?" "I promised not to ask you for one more kiss." "Well, then," said she, "you needn't ask me." And in a moment I helped her out at the door. Chapter 24. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 25 of Eben Holden. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. Eben Holden, A Tale of the North Country, by Irving Bacheller. Chapter 25. David Brower had prospered, as I have said before, and now he was chiefly concerned in the welfare of his children. So that he might give us the advantages of the town, he decided either to lease or sell his farm, by far the handsomest property in the township. I was there when a buyer came, in the last days of that summer. We took him over the smooth acres from Lone Pine to Woody Ledge, from the top of Bowman's Hill to Tinky Brook in the far valley. He went with us through every tidy room of the house. He looked over the stock and the stables. "Well, what's it worth?" he said at last, as we stood looking down the fair green acres sloping to the sugar bush. David picked up a stick, opened his knife, and began to whittle thoughtfully, a familiar squint of reflection in his face. I suppose he thought of all it had cost him, the toil of many years, the strength of his young manhood, the youth and beauty of his wife, 100 things that were far better than money. $15,000, he said slowly. Not a cent less. The man parleyed a little over the price. Don't care to take any less today, said David calmly. No harm done. How much down? David named the sum. And possession? Next week. Everything as it stands? Everything as it stands, except the beds and bedding. Here's some money on account, he said. Will close tomorrow? Close tomorrow, said David, a little sadness in his tone as he took the money. It was growing dusk as the man went away. The crickets sang with a loud, accusing clamor. Slowly we turned and went into the dark house, David whistling under his breath. Elizabeth was resting in her chair. She was humming an old hymn as she rocked. Sold the farm, Mother, said David. She stopped singing, but made no answer. In the dusk, as we sat down, I saw her face leaning upon her hand. Over the hills and out of the fields around us came many voices, the low chant in the stubble, the baying of a hound in the far timber, the cry of the tree-toad, a tiny drift of odd things, like that one sees at sea, on the deep eternal silence of the heavens. There was no sound in the room save the low creaking of the rocker in which Elizabeth sat. After all the going and coming and doing and saying of many years, here was a little spell of silence, and beyond lay the untried things of the future. For me it was a time of reckoning. Been hard at work here all these years, Mother, said David. Ought to be glad to get away. Yes, said she sadly. It's been hard work. Years ago I thought I never could stand it, but now I've got kind of used to it. Time you got used to pleasure and comfort, he said. Come kind of hard at first, but you must try to stand it. If we're going to have such flin in heaven as Deacon Hosper tells on, we ought to begin to practice, or we'll be shamed of ourselves. The worst was over. Elizabeth began to laugh. At length a strain of song came out of the distance. Max Welton's braes are bonny where early falls the dew. It's Hope and Uncle Eb, said David, while I went for the lantern. Wonder what kept them so late. When the lamps were lit, the old house seemed suddenly to have got a sense of what had been done. The familiar creak of the stairway, as I went to bed, had an appeal and a protest. The rude chromo of the voluptuous lady, with red lips and the name of Spring, that had always hung in my chamber, had a mournful, accusing look. The stain upon her cheek that had come one day from a little leak in the roof looked now like the path of a teardrop. And when the wind came up in the night and I heard the creaking of Lone Pine, it spoke of the doom of that house and its own that was not far distant. We rented a new home in town that week and were soon settled in it. Hope went away to resume her studies the same day I began work in college. End of chapter 25. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 26 of Eben Holden. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. Eben Holden, A Tale of the North Country by Irving Bacheller. Chapter 26. Not much in my life at college is essential to this history, save the training. The students came mostly from other and remote parts of the North Country, some even from other states. Coming largely from towns and cities, they were shorn of those simple and rugged traits that distinguish the men of Faraway, and made them worthy of what poor fame this book may afford. In the main they were like other students the world over, I take it, and mostly, as they have shown, capable of wiling their own fame. It all seemed very high and mighty and grand to me, especially the names of the courses. I had my baptism of sophomoric scorn and many a heated argument over my title to life, liberty, and the pursuit of learning. It became necessary to establish it by force of arms, which I did decisively and with as little delay as possible. I took much interest in athletic sports and was soon a good ball player, a boxer of some skill, and the best wrestler in college. Things were going on comfortably, when an upperclassman met me and suggested that, on a coming holiday, the freshmen ought to wear stovepipe hats. Those hats were the seed of great trouble. "Stovepipe hats," I said thoughtfully. "They're a good protection," he assured me. It seemed a very reasonable, not to say a necessary precaution. A man has to be young and innocent, sometime, or what would become of the devil? I did not see the stovepipe hat was the red rag of insurrection, and when I did see it, I was up to my neck in the matter. "You see, the Sophs are apt to be very nasty that day," he continued. I acknowledged they were quite capable of it. "And they don't care where they hit," he went on. I felt of my head that was still sore from a forceful argument of the preceding day, and admitted there was a good ground for the assertion. When I met my classmen that afternoon I was an advocate of the stovepipe as a means of protection. There were a number of husky fellows in my class who saw its resisting power and seconded my suggestion. We decided to leave it to the ladies of the class, and they greeted our plan with applause. So, that morning, we arrayed ourselves in high hats, heavy canes, and fine linen, marching together up College Hill. We had hardly entered the gate before we saw the Sophs forming in a thick rank outside the door, prepared, as we took it, to resist our entrance. They outnumbered us and were, in the main, heavier, but we had a foot or more of good stiff material between each head and arm. Of just what befell us when we got to the enemy, I have never felt sure. Of the total inefficiency of the stovepipe hat as an article of armor, I have never had the slightest doubt since then. There was a great flash and rattle of canes. Then the air was full of us. In the heat of it all, prudence went to the winds. We hit out right and left on both sides, smashing hats and bruising heads and hands. The canes went down in a jiffy, and then we closed with each other hip and thigh. Collars were ripped off, coats were torn, shirts were gory from the blood of noses, and in this condition the most of us were rolling and tumbling on the ground. I had flung a man heavily and broke away and was tackling another, when I heard a hush in the tumult and then the voice of the president. He stood on the high steps, his gray head bare, his right hand lifted. It must have looked like carnage from where he stood. "Young gentlemen," he called, "cease, I command you. If we cannot get along without this thing, we will shut up shop." Well, that was the end of it, and came near being the end of our careers in college. We looked at each other, torn and panting and bloody, and at the girls, who stood by, pale with alarm. Then we picked up the shapeless hats and went away for repairs. I had heard that the path of learning was long and beset with peril, but I hoped, not without reason, the worst was over. As I went off the campus, the top of my hat was hanging over my left ear, my collar and cravat were turned awry, my trousers gaped over one knee. I was talking with a fellow sufferer and patching the skin on my knuckles, when suddenly I met Uncle Eb. "By the Lord Harry," he said, looking me over from top to toe, Teacher up there must be pretty harsh." "It wasn't the teacher," I said. "Must have fit, then." "Fit hard," I answered, laughing. "Try to walk on ye?" "Tried to walk on me. Took several steps, too," I said, stooping to brush my trousers. "H'm! Guess he found it rather bad walking, didn't he?" my old friend inquired. "Little bit rough in spots?" "Little bit rough, Uncle Eb, that's certain." "Better not go home," he said, a great relief in his face. "Looks as if you'd been chopped down and sawed and split and throwed in a pile. I'll go and bring over some things for you." I went with my friend, who had suffered less damage, and Uncle Eb brought me what I needed to look more respectable than I felt. The president, great and good man that he was, forgave us, finally, after many interviews and such wholesome reproof as made us all ashamed of our folly. In my second year at college, Hope went away to continue her studies in New York. She was to live in the family of John Fuller, a friend of David, who had left Faraway years before and made his fortune there in the big city. Her going filled my days with a lingering and pervasive sadness. I saw in it sometimes the shadow of a heavier loss than I dared to contemplate. She had come home once a week from Ogdensburg, and I had always had a letter between times. She was ambitious, and I fancy they let her go so that there should be no danger of any turning aside from the plan of my life or of hers. For they knew our hearts as well as we knew them, and possibly better. We had the parlor to ourselves the evening before she went away, and I read her a little love tale I had written especially for that occasion. It gave us some chance to discuss the absorbing and forbidden topic of our lives. "He's too much afraid of her," she said. "He ought to put his arm about her waist in that love scene." "Like that?" I said, suiting the action to the word. "About like that," she answered, laughing. "And then he ought to say something very, very nice to her before he proposes. Something about his having loved her for so long, you know." "And how about her?" I asked, my arm still about her waist. "If she really loves him," Hope answered, "she would put her arms about his neck and lay her head upon his shoulder, so. And then he might say what is in the story." She was smiling now as she looked up at me. "And kiss her?" "And kiss her," she whispered, and let me add that that part of the scene was in no wise neglected. "And when he says, 'Will you wait for me and keep me always in your heart?' what should be her answer?" I continued. "Always," she said. "Hope, this is our own story," I whispered. "Does it need any further correction?" "It's too short, that's all," she answered, as our lips met again. Just then Uncle Eb opened the door suddenly. "Tut, tut!" he said, turning quickly about. "Come in, Uncle Eb," said Hope. "Come right in. We want to see you." In a moment she had caught him by the arm. "Don't want to break up the meetin'," said he, laughing. "We don't care if you do know," said Hope. "We're not ashamed of it." "Ain't got no cause to be," he said. "Go it while you're young and full of vinegar. That's what I say every time. It's the best fun there is. I thought I'd like to have you both come up to my room for a minute, 'fore your mother and father come back," he said in a low tone that was almost a whisper. Then he shut one eye suggestively and beckoned with his hand, as we followed him up the stairway to the little room in which he slept. He knelt by the bed and pulled out the old skin-covered trunk that David Brower had given him soon after we came. He felt a moment for the keyhole, his hand trembling, and then I helped him open the trunk. From under that sacred suit of broadcloth, worn only on the grandest occasions, he fetched a bundle about the size of a man's head. It was tied in a big red handkerchief. We were both sitting on the floor beside him. "Heft it," he whispered. I did so, and found it heavier than I expected. "What is it?" I asked. "Spondoolix," he whispered. Then he untied the bundle, a close-packed hoard of bank bills with some pieces of gold and silver at the bottom. "Hain't never had no use for it," he said as he drew out a layer of greenbacks and spread them with trembling fingers. Then he began counting them slowly and carefully. "There," he whispered, when at length he had counted $100. "There's Hope. Take that and put it away in your wallet. Might come handy when you're away from home." She kissed him tenderly. "Put it in your wallet and say nothin', not a word to nobody," he said. Then he counted over a like amount for me. "Say nothin'," he said, looking up at me over his spectacles. "You'll have to spoil a suit of clothes pretty often if them fellers keep a fightin' of you all the time." Father and Mother were coming in below stairs, and, hearing them, we helped Uncle Eb tie up his bundle and stow it away. Then we went down to meet them. Next morning we bade Hope good bye at the cars and returned to our home with a sense of loss that for long lay heavy upon us all. End of chapter 26. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 27 of Eben Holden. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. Eben Holden, A Tale of the North Country, by Irving Bacheller. Chapter 27. Uncle Eb and David were away buying cattle half the week, but Elizabeth Brower was always at home to look after my comfort. She was up betimes in the morning and singing at her work long before I was out of bed. When the breakfast was near ready she came to my door with a call so full of cheerfulness and good nature it was the best thing in the day. And often, at night, I have known her to come into my room while I was lying awake with some hard problem, to see that I was properly covered, or that my window was not open too far. As we sat alone together of an evening, I have seen her listen for hours while I was committing the Odes of Horace with a curiosity that finally gave way to resignation. Sometimes she would look over my shoulder at the printed page and try to discern some meaning in it. When Uncle Eb was with us he would often sit a long time his head turned attentively as the lines came rattling off my tongue. "Curious talk," he said one evening as I paused a moment, while he crossed the room for a drink of water. "Don't seem to make no kind o' sense. I can make out a word here and there, but for good sound common sense I call it a pretty thin crop." Hope wrote me every week for a time. A church choir had offered her a place soon after she went to the big city. She came home intending to surprise us all, the first summer, but unfortunately I had gone away in the woods with a party of surveyors and missed her. We were a month in the wilderness and came out a little west of Albany, where I took a boat for New York to see Hope. I came down the North River between the great smoky cities on either side of it one damp and chilly morning. The noise, the crowds, the immensity of the town appalled me. At John Fuller's I found that Hope had gone home, and while they tried to detain me longer, I came back on the night boat of the same day. Hope and I passed each other in that journey, and I did not see her until the summer preceding my third and last year in college, the faculty having allowed me to take 2 years in one. Her letters had come less frequently, and when she came I saw a grand young lady of fine manners, her beauty shaping to an ampler mold, her form straightening to the dignity of womanhood. At the depot our hands were cold and trembling with excitement, neither of us, I fancy, knowing quite how far to go in our greeting. Our correspondence had been true to the promise made her mother. There had not been a word of love in it, only now and then a suggestion of our tender feeling. We hesitated only for the briefest moment. Then I put my arm about her neck and kissed her. "I am so glad to see you," she said. Well, she was charming and beautiful, but different, and probably not more different than was I. She was no longer the laughing, simple-mannered child of Faraway, whose heart was as one's hand before him in the daylight. She had now a bit of the woman's reserve, her prudence, her skill in hiding the things of the heart. I loved her the more than ever, but somehow I felt it hopeless, that she had grown out of my life. She was much in request among the people of Hillsborough, and we went about a good deal and had many callers. But we had little time to ourselves. She seemed to avoid that, and had much to say of the grand young men who came to call on her in the great city. Anyhow, it all hurt me to the soul, and even robbed me of my sleep. A better lover than I would have made an end of dallying and got at the truth, come what might. But I was of the Puritans, and not of the Cavaliers, and my way was that which God had marked for me, albeit I must own no man had ever a keener eye for a lovely woman, or more heart to please her. A mighty pride had come to me, and I had rather have thrown my heart to vultures than see it an unwelcome offering. And I was quite out of courage with Hope. She, I dare say, was as much out of patience with me. She returned in the late summer, and I went back to my work at college, in a hopeless fashion that gave way under the whip of a strong will. I made myself as contented as possible. I knew all the pretty girls, and went about with some of them to the entertainments of the college season. At last came the long looked-for day of my graduation, the end of my student life. The streets of the town were thronged, every student having the college colors in his coat lapel. The little company of graduates trembled with fright as the people crowded into the church, whispering and fairing themselves in eager anticipation. As the former looked from the two side pews where they sat, many familiar faces greeted them, the faces of fathers and mothers aglow with the inner light of pride and pleasure, the faces of many they loved come to claim a share in the glory of that day. I found my own, I remember, but none of them gave me such help as that of Uncle Eb. However I might fare, none would feel the pride or disgrace of it more keenly than he. I shall never forget how he turned his head to catch every word when I ascended the platform. As I warmed to my argument I could see him nudging the arm of David, who sat beside him, as if to say, "There's the boy that came over the hills with me in a pack-basket." When I stopped a moment, groping for the next word, he leaned forward, embracing his knee firmly, as if intending to draw off a boot. It was all the assistance he could give me. When the exercises were over, I found Uncle Eb by the front door of the church, waiting for me. "Willie, you done noble," said he. "Did my very best, Uncle Eb," I replied. "Liked it grand, I did, sartain." "Glad you liked it, Uncle Eb." "Showed great larnin'. Who was the man 'at gave out the pictures?" He meant the president who had conferred the degrees. I spoke the name. "Deceivin' lookin' man, ain't he? Seen him often, but never took no particular notice of him before." "How deceiving?" I inquired. "Talked so kind o' plain," he replied. "I could understand him as easy as though he'd been swappin' hosses. But when you got up, Bill, why you just rise right up in the air, an' there couldn't no dumb fool tell what you was talkin' about." whereat I concluded that Uncle Eb's humor was as deep as it was kindly, but I have never been quite sure whether the remark was a compliment or a bit of satire. End of chapter 27. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 28 of Eben Holden. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. Eben Holden, A Tale of the North Country, by Irving Bacheller. Chapter 28. The folks of Faraway have been carefully, if rudely pictured, but the look of my own person, since I grew to the stature of manhood, I have left wholly to the imagination of the reader. I will wager he knew long since what manner of man I was, and has measured me to the fraction of an inch, and knows even the color of my hair and eyes, from having been so long in my company. If not, well, I shall have to write him a letter. When Uncle Eb and I took the train for New York that summer in 1860, some 15 years after we came down Paradise Road with the dog and wagon and pack basket, my head, which in that far day came only to the latitude of his trouser pocket, had now mounted 6 inches above his own. That is all I can say here on that branch of my subject. I was leaving to seek my fortune in the big city. Uncle Eb was off for a holiday, and to see Hope and to bring her home for a short visit. I remember with what sadness I looked back that morning at Mother and Father as they stood by the gate slowly waving their handkerchiefs. Our home at last was emptied of its young, and even as they looked, the shadow of old age must have fallen suddenly before them. I knew how they would go back into that lonely room, and how, while the clock went on with its ticking, Elizabeth would sit down and cover her face a moment, while David would make haste to take up his chores. We sat in silence a long time after the train was off, a mighty sadness holding our tongues. Uncle Eb, who had never ridden a long journey on the cars before, had put on his grand suit of broadcloth. The day was hot and dusty, and before we had gone far he was sadly soiled. But a suit never gave him any worry, once it was on. He sat calmly, holding his knee in his hands and looking out of the open window, a squint in his eyes that stood for some high degree of interest in the scenery. "What do you think of this country?" I inquired. "Looks pretty fair," said he, as he brushed his face with his handkerchief and coughed to clear his throat of the dust. "But 'tain't quite so pleasant to the taste as some other parts of the country. I rather like the flavor of St. Lawrence all through, but Jefferson is a little gritty." He put down the window as he spoke. "A little tobaccer'll improve it some," he added, as his hand went down for the old silver box. "The way these cars do rip along! Consarned if it ain't like flyin'. Kind o' makes me feel like a bird." The railroad was then not the familiar thing it is now in the north country. The bull in the fields had not yet come to an understanding of its rights, and was frequently tempted into argument with a locomotive. Bill Fountain, who came out of a back township, one day had even tied his faithful hound to the rear platform. Our train came to a long stop for wood and water near midday, and then we opened the lunch basket that Mother had given us. "Neighbor," said a solemn-faced man who sat in front of us, "do you think the cars are agin the Bible? Do you think a Christian orter ride on 'em?" "Sartin," said Uncle Eb, "less the constable's after him, then I think he oughter be on a balky hoss." "Wife an' I hes talked it over a good deal," said the man. "Some says it's agin the Bible. The minister 'at preaches over in our neighborhood says if God had wanted men to fly he'd have given 'em wings." "S'pose if he'd ever wanted him to skate, he'd hed him born with skates on?" said Uncle Eb. "Dunno," said the man. It behooves us all to be careful. The Bible says, 'Go not after new things.'" "My friend," said Uncle Eb, between bites of a doughnut, "I don't care what I ride in so long as 'tain't a hearse. I want somethin' that's comfortable and purty middlin' spry. It'll do us good up here to get jerked a few hundred miles and back every little while. Keep our joints limber. We'll live longer for it, and that'll please God, sure, 'cause I don't think He's hankerin' for our society, not a bit. Don't make no difference to Him whether we ride in a spring wagon or on the cars, so long's we're right side up and movin'. We need more steam. We're too dum slow. Kinder think a little more steam in our religion wouldn't hurt us a bit. It's purty fur behind." We got to Albany in the evening, just in time for the night boat. Uncle Eb was a sight in his dusty broadcloth when we got off the cars, and I know my appearance could not have been prepossessing. Once we were aboard the boat and had dusted our clothes and bathed our hands and faces we were in better spirits. "Consarn it," said Uncle Eb as we left the washroom, "let's have a dern good supper. I'll stand treat." "Comes a little bit high," he said as he paid the bill, "but I don't care if it does. 'Fore we left I says to myself, 'Uncle Eb,' says I, 'you go right in for a good time and don't ye count the pennies. Everybody's a right to be reckless once in 75 year.'" We went to our stateroom a little after 9. I remember the berths had not been made up, and removing our boots and coats we lay down upon the bare mattresses. Even then I had a lurking fear that we might be violating some rule of steamboat etiquette. When I went to New York before I had dozed all night in the big cabin. A dim light came through the shuttered door that opened upon the dining saloon, where the rattle of dishes for a time put away the possibility of sleep. "I'll be awful glad to see Hope," said Uncle Eb as he lay gaping. "Guess I'll be happier to see her than she will to see me," I said. "What put that in your head?" Uncle Eb inquired. "'Fraid we've got pretty far apart," said I. "Shame on ye, Bill," said the old gentleman. "If that's so ye ain't done right, hadn't orter let a girl like that get away from ye. They ain't another like her in this world." "I know it," I said, "but I can't help it. Somebody's cut me out, Uncle Eb." "'Tain't so," he said emphatically. "You want to prance right up to her." "I'm not afraid of any woman," I said, with a great air of bravery, "but if she don't care for me, I ought not throw myself at her." "Jerusalem!" said Uncle Eb, rising up suddenly. "What have I gone and done?" He jumped out of his berth quickly, and in the dim light I could see him reaching for several big sheets of paper adhering to the back of his shirt and trousers. I went quickly to his assistance and began stripping off the broadsheets which, covered with some strongly adhesive substance, had laid a firm hold upon him. I rang the bell and ordered a light. "Consarn it all! What be they, plasters?" said Uncle Eb, quite out of patience. "Pieces of brown paper, covered with West India molasses, I should think," said I. "West Injy molasses!" he exclaimed. "By mighty! That makes me hotter'n a pancake. What's it on the bed fer?" "To catch flies," I answered. "An' ketched me," said Uncle Eb, as he flung the sheet he was examining into a corner. "My extry good suit, too." He took off his trousers then, holding them up to the light. "They're spoilt," said he mournfully. "Had 'em for more'n 10 year, too." "That's long enough," I suggested. "Got kinder 'tached to 'em," he said, looking down at them and rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Then we had a good laugh. You can put on the other suit, I suggested, and when we get to the city we'll have these fixed. Little sorry, though, said he, 'cause that other suit don't look real grand. This here one has been purty scrumptious in its day, if I do say it. You look good enough in anything that's respectable, I said. Kinda wanted to look a little extra good, as you might say, said Uncle Eb, groping in his big carpet bag. Hope, she's terrible proud, and if they should have a little fiddlin' and dancin' some night, we'd want to be as stylish as any on 'em. B'lieve I'll go and get me a spang brand new suit anyway, 'fore we go up to Fuller's. As we neared the city we both began feeling a bit doubtful as to whether we were quite ready for the ordeal. I ought to, I said. Those I'm wearing aren't quite stylish enough, I'm afraid. They're handsome, said Uncle Eb, looking up over his spectacles, but maybe they ain't just as splendid as they oughter be. How much money did David give you? $150, I said, thinking it a very grand sum indeed. 'Tain't enough, said Uncle Eb, bolting up at me again. Leastways not if you're goin' to have a new suit. I want you to be spick and span. He picked up his trousers then and took out his fat leather wallet. Lock the door, he whispered. Pop goes the weasel, he exclaimed good-naturedly, and then he began counting the bills. I'm not going to take any more of your money, Uncle Eb, I said. Tut, tut, said he. Don't you try to interfere. What do you think they'll charge in the city for a real splendid suit? He stopped and looked up at me. Probably as much as $50, I answered. Phew, he whistled. Pretty steep, that is certain. Let me go as I am, said I. Time enough to have a new suit when I've earned it. Well, he said as he continued counting, I guess you've earned it already. You've studied hard and took first honors, and you're going where folks are pretty middlin' proud and haughty. I want you to be a regular high stepper with a nice slick coat. There, he whispered as he handed me the money. Take that, and don't you never tell that I gin it to you. I could not speak for a little while as I took the money, for thinking of the many, many things this grand old man had done for me. Do you think these boots'll do? He asked, as he held up to the light the pair he had taken off in the evening. They look all right, I said. Ain't got no decent squeak to 'em now, and they seem to look kind of clumsy. How are yourn? He asked. I got them out from under the berth, and we inspected them carefully, deciding in the end they would pass muster. The steward had made up our berths when he came and lit our room for us. Our feverish discussion of attire had carried us far past midnight, when we decided to go to bed. Suppose we mustn't talk to no strangers there in New York, said Uncle Eb as he lay down. I've read in the Tribune how they'll pretend to be friends and then grab your money and run like Sam Hill. If I meet any of them fellers, they're going to find me pretty middlin' poor company. We were up and on deck at daylight, viewing the Palisades. The lonely feeling of an alien hushed us into silence as we came to the noisy and thickening river craft at the upper end of the city. Countless window panes were shining in the morning sunlight. This thought was in my mind that somewhere in the innumerable host on either side was the one dearer to me than any other. We inquired our way at the dock and walked to French's Hotel, on Printing House Square. After breakfast we went and ordered all the grand new things we had planned to get. They would not be ready for 2 days, and after talking it over we decided to go and make a short call. Hope, who had been up and looking for us a long time, gave us a greeting so hearty we began to get the first feeling of comfort since landing. She was put out about our having had breakfast, I remember, and said we must have our things brought there at once. "I shall have to stay at the hotel a while," I said, thinking of the new clothes. "Why," said Mrs. Fuller, "this girl has been busy a week fixing your rooms and planning for you. We could not hear of your going elsewhere. It would be downright ingratitude to her." A glow of red came into the cheeks of Hope that made me ashamed of my remark. I thought she looked lovelier in her pretty blue morning gown, covering a broad expanse of crinoline, than ever before. "And you've both got to come and hear me sing tonight at the church," said she. "I wouldn't have agreed to sing if I had not thought you were to be here." We made ourselves at home, as we were most happy to do, and that afternoon I went downtown to present to Mr. Greeley the letter that David Brower had given me. End of chapter 28. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 29 of Eben Holden. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. Eben Holden, A Tale of the North Country, by Irving Bacheller. Chapter 29. I came down Broadway that afternoon aboard a big white omnibus that drifted slowly in a tide of many vehicles. Those days there were a goodly show of trees on either side of the thoroughfare, elms, with here and there a willow, a sumac, or a mountain ash. The walks were thronged with handsome people, dandies with high hats and flaunting neckties and swinging canes, beautiful women, each covering a broad circumference of the pavement, with a cone of crinoline that swayed over dainty feet. From Grace Church down it was much of the same thing we see now, with a more ragged skyline. Many of the great buildings, of white and red sandstone, had then appeared, but the street was largely in the possession of small shops, oyster houses, bookstores, and the like. Not until I neared the sacred temple of the Tribune did I feel a proper sense of my own littleness. There was the fountain of all that wisdom which had been read aloud and heard with reverence in our household since a time I could but dimly remember. There sat the prophet who had given us so much, his genial views of life and government, his hopes, his fears, his mighty wrath at the prospering of cruelty and injustice. "I would like to see Mr. Horace Greeley," I said, rather timidly, at the counter. "Walk right up those stairs and turn to the left," said a clerk as he opened a gate for me. Ascending, I met a big man coming down hurriedly and with heavy steps. We stood dodging each other a moment with that unfortunate coordination of purpose men sometimes encounter when passing each other. Suddenly the big man stopped in the middle of the stairway and held both of his hands above his head. "In God's name, young man," said he, "take your choice." He spoke in a high, squeaky voice that cut me with the sharpness of its irritation. I went on past him and entered an open door near the top of the stairway. "Is Mr. Horace Greeley in?" I inquired of a young man who sat reading papers. "Back soon," said he, without looking up. "Take a chair." In a little while I heard the same heavy feet ascending the stairway 2 steps at a time. Then the man I had met came hurriedly into the room. "This is Mr. Greeley," said the young man who was reading. The great editor turned and looked at me through gold-rimmed spectacles. I gave him my letter out of a trembling hand. He removed it from the envelope and held it close to his big, kindly, smooth-shaven face. There was a fringe of silky silver hair, streaked with yellow, about the lower part of his head from temple to temple. It also encircled his throat from under his collar. His cheeks were full and fair as a lady's, with rosy spots in them and a few freckles about his nose. He laughed as he finished reading the letter. "Are you David Brower's boy?" he asked in a drawling falsetto, looking at me out of gray eyes and smiling with good humor. "By adoption," I answered. "He was an almighty good wrastler," he said, deliberately, as he looked again at the letter. "What do you want to do?" he asked abruptly. "Want to work on the Tribune," I answered. "Good Lord!" he said. "I can't hire everybody." I tried to think of some argument, but what with looking at the great man before me, and answering his questions, and maintaining a decent show of dignity, I had enough to do. "Do you read the Tribune?" he asked. "Read it ever since I can remember." "What do you think of the administration?" "Lot of dough faces," I answered, smiling, as I saw he recognized his own phrase. He sat a moment tapping the desk with his penholder. "There's so many liars here in New York," he said. "There ought to be room for an honest man. How are the crops?" "Fair," I answered. "Big crop of boys every year." "And now you're trying to find a market," he remarked. "Want to have you try them," I answered. "Well," said he, very seriously, turning to his desk that came up to his chin as he sat beside it, "go and write me an article about rats." "Would you advise," I started to say, when he interrupted me. "The man that gives advice is a bigger fool than the man that takes it," he fleered impatiently. "Go and do your best." Before he had given me this injunction he had dipped his pen and begun to write hurriedly. If I had known him longer I should have known that, while he had been talking to me, that tireless mind of his had summoned him to its service. I went out in high spirits, and sat down a moment on one of the benches in the little park near by to think it all over. He was going to measure my judgment, my skill as a writer, my resources. Rats, I said to myself thoughtfully. I had read much about them. They infested the ships, they overran the wharves, they traversed the sewers. An inspiration came to me. I started for the waterfront, asking my way every block or two. Near the East River I met a policeman, a big, husky, good-hearted Irishman. "Can you tell me," I said, "who can give me information about rats?" "Rats?" he repeated. "What do you want to know about 'em?" "Everything," I said. "They've just given me a job on the New York Tribune," I added proudly. He smiled good-naturedly. He had looked through me at a glance. "Just say Tribune," he said. "You don't have to say New York Tribune here. Come along with me." He took me to a dozen or more of the dock masters. "Give him a lift, my hearty," he said to the first of them. "He's a green." I have never forgotten the kindness of that Irishman, whom I came to know well in good time. Remembering that day and others, I always greeted him with a hearty "God bless the Irish" every time I passed him, and he would answer, "Amen, and save your reverence." He did not leave me until I was on my way home, loaded with fact and fable and good dialect with the savor of the sea in it. Hope and Uncle Eb were sitting together in his room when I returned. "Guess I've got a job," I said, trying to be very cool about it. "A job?" said Hope eagerly, as she rose. "Where?" "With Mr. Horace Greeley," I answered, my voice betraying my excitement. "Jerusalem!" said Uncle Eb. "Is it possible?" "That's grand," said Hope. "Tell us about it." Then I told them of my interview with the great editor, and of what I had done since. "Ye done wonderful," said Uncle Eb, and Hope showed quite as much pleasure in her own sweet way. I was for going to my room and beginning to write at once, but Hope said it was time to be getting ready for dinner. When we came down at 6:30, we were presented to our host and the guests of the evening, handsome men and women in full dress, and young Mr. Livingstone was among them. I felt rather cheap in my frock coat, although I had thought it grand enough for anybody on the day of my graduation. Dinner announced, the gentlemen rose and offered escort to the ladies, and Hope and Mrs. Fuller relieved our embarrassment by conducting us to our seats. Women are so deft in those little difficulties. The dinner was not more formal than that of every evening in the Fuller home, for its master was a rich man of some refinement of taste, and not all comparable to the splendid hospitality one may see every day at the table of a modern millionaire. But it did seem very wonderful to us, then, with its fine-mannered servants, its flowers, its abundant silver. Hope had written much to her mother of the details of deportment at John Fuller's table, and Elizabeth had delicately imparted to us the things we ought to know. We behaved well, I have since been told, although we got credit for poorer appetites than we possessed. Uncle Eb took no chances and refused everything that had a look of mystery and a suggestion of peril, dropping a droll remark, betimes, that sent a ripple of amusement around the table. John Trumbull sat opposite me, and even then I felt a curious interest in him, a big, full-bearded man, quite 6 feet tall, his skin and eyes dark, his hair iron gray, his voice deep, like David's. I could not get over the impression that I had seen him before, a feeling I have had often, facing men I could never possibly have met. No word came out of his firm mouth unless he were addressed, and then all in hearing listened to the little he had to say. It was never more than some very simple remark. In his face and form and voice there was abundant heraldry of rugged power and ox-like vitality. I have seen a bronze head of Daniel Webster which, with a full blond beard and an ample covering of gray hair, would have given one a fairly perfect idea of the look of John Trumbull. Imagine it on a tall and powerful body, and let it speak with a voice that has in it the deep and musical vibration one may hear in the lowing of an ox, and you shall see, as perfectly as my feeble words can help you to do, this remarkable man who must, hereafter, play before you his part, compared to which mine is as the prattle of a child in this drama of God's truth. "You have not heard," said Mrs. Fuller, addressing me, "how Mr. Trumbull saved Hope's life." "Saved Hope's life!" I exclaimed. "Saved her life," she repeated. "There isn't a doubt of it. We never sent word of it for fear it would give you all needless worry. It was a day of last winter. Fell, crossing Broadway, a dangerous place. He pulled her aside just in time. The horse's feet were raised above her. She would have been crushed in a moment. He lifted her in his arms and carried her to the sidewalk not a bit the worse for it." "Seems as if it were fate," said Hope. "I had seen him so often and wondered who he was. I recall a night when I had to come home alone from rehearsal. I was horribly afraid. I remember passing him under a street lamp. If he had spoken to me then I should have dropped with fear, and he would have had to carry me home that time." "It's an odd thing a girl like you should ever have to walk home alone," said Mr. Fuller. "Doesn't speak well for our friend Livingstone, or Burnham there, or Dobbs." "Mrs. Fuller doesn't give us half a chance," said Livingstone. "She guards her day and night. It's like the monks and the Holy Grail." "Hope is independent of the young men," said Mrs. Fuller as we rose from the table. "If I cannot go with her myself in the carriage, I always send a maid or a manservant to walk home with her. But Mr. Fuller and I were out of town that night, and the young men missed their great opportunity." "Had a different way of sparkin' years ago," said Uncle Eb. "Didn't never hev it please anybody but the girl then. If you liked a girl you went and sot up with her and gi'n her a smack and told her right out plain and square what you wanted. And that settled it one way or t'other. And her mother she step in the next room, with the door half open and never paid no 'tention. Recollect one cold night, when I was sparkin', the mother hollered out of bed, 'Lucy, have you got anything round ye?' And she hollered back, 'Yes, mother.' And she had, too, but 'twarn't nothin' but my arm." They laughed merrily over the quaint reminiscence of my old friend and the quainter way he had of telling it. The rude dialect of the backwoodsman might have seemed oddly out of place there, but for the quiet, unassuming manner and the fine old face of Uncle Eb, in which the dullest eye might see the soul of a gentleman. "What became of Lucy?" Mr. Fuller inquired, laughingly. "You never married her?" "Lucy died," he answered soberly. "That was long, long ago." Then he went away with John Trumbull to the smoking room, where I found them talking earnestly in a corner, when it was time to go to the church with Hope. End of chapter 29. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 30 of Eben Holden. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. Eben Holden, A Tale of the North Country, by Irving Bacheller. Chapter 30. Hope and Uncle Eb and I went away in a coach with Mrs. Fuller. There was a great crowd in the church that covered, with sweeping arches, an interior more vast than any I had ever entered. Hope was gowned in white silk, a crescent of diamonds in her hair, a birthday gift from Mrs. Fuller, her neck and a part of her full breast unadorned by anything save the gifts of God, their snowy whiteness, their lovely curves. First Henry Cooper came on with his violin, a great master as I now remember him. Then Hope ascended to the platform, her dainty kid slippers showing under her gown, and the odious Livingston escorting her. I was never so madly in love or so insanely jealous. I must confess it, for I am trying to tell the whole truth of myself. I was a fool. And it is the greater folly that one says ever, "I was," and never, "I am," in that plea. I could even see it myself then and there, but I was so great a fool I smiled and spoke fairly to the young man, although I could have wrung his neck with rage. There was a little stir and a passing whisper in the crowd as she stood waiting for the prelude. Then she sang the ballad of Old Robin Gray, not better than I had heard her sing it before, but so charmingly there were murmurs of delight going far and wide in the audience when she had finished. Then she sang the fine melody of Angels Ever Bright and Fair, and again the old ballad she and I had heard first from the violin of poor Nick Goodall. By yon bonny bank and by yon bonny, bonny brae, the sun shines bright on Loch Lomond, where me and me true love were ever wont if gae, on the bonny, bonny bank of Loch Lomond. Great baskets of roses were handed to her as she came down from the platform, and my confusion was multiplied by their number, for I had not thought to bring any myself. I turned to Uncle Eb, who, now and then, had furtively wiped his eyes. "My stars!" he whispered. "Ain't it remarkable grand! Never heard nor seen nothin' like that in all my born days. And to think it's my little Hope!" He could go no further. His handkerchief was in his hand while he took refuge in silence. Going home, the flowers were heaped upon our laps, and I, with Hope beside me, felt some restoration of comfort. "Did you see Trumbull?" Mrs. Fuller asked. "He sat back of us and did seem to enjoy it so much, your singing. He was almost cheerful." "Tell me about Mr. Trumbull," I said. "He is interesting." "Speculator," said Mrs. Fuller. "A strange man, successful, silent, unmarried and, I think, in love. Has beautiful rooms, they say, on Gramercy Park. Lives alone with an old servant. We got to know him through the accident. Mr. Fuller and he have done business together, a great deal of it, since then. Operates in the stock market." A supper was waiting for us at home, and we sat a long time at the table. I was burning for a talk with Hope, but how was I to manage it? We rose with the others and went and sat down together in a corner of the great parlor. We talked of that night at the White Church in Faraway, when we heard Nick Goodall play, and she had felt the beginning of a new life. "I've heard how well you did last year," she said, "and how nice you were to the girls. A friend wrote me all about it. How attentive you were to that little Miss Brown." "But decently polite," I answered. "One has to have somebody or be a monk." "One has to have somebody," she said quickly, as she picked at the flower on her bosom and looked down at it soberly. "That is true, one has to have somebody, and, you know, I haven't had any lack of company myself. By the way, I have news to tell you." She spoke slowly and in a low voice with a touch of sadness in it. I felt the color mounting to my face. "News?" I repeated. "What news, Hope?" "I am going away to England," she said. "With Mrs. Fuller, if Mother will let me. I wish you would write and ask her to let me go." I was unhorsed. What to say I knew not. What it meant I could vaguely imagine. There was a moment of awkward silence. "Of course I will ask her, if you wish to go," I said. "When do you sail?" "They haven't fixed the day yet." She sat looking down at her fan, a beautiful filmy thing between braces of ivory. Her knees were crossed, one dainty foot showing under ruffles of lace. I looked at her a moment, dumb with admiration. "What a big man you have grown to be, Will," she said presently. "I am almost afraid of you now." She was still looking down at the fan and that little foot was moving nervously. Now was my time. I began framing an avowal. I felt a wild impulse to throw my strong arms about her and draw her close to me, and feel the pink velvet of her fair face upon mine. If I had only done it! But what with the strangeness and grandeur of that big room, the voices of the others who were sitting in the library near by, the mystery of the spreading crinoline that was pressing upon my knees, I had not half the courage of a lover. "My friend writes me that you are in love," she said, opening her fan and moving it slowly as she looked up at me. "She is right, I must confess it," I said. "I am madly, hopelessly in love. It is time you knew it, Hope, and I want your counsel." She rose quickly and turned her face away. "Do not tell me. Do not speak of it again. I forbid you," she answered coldly. Then she stood silent. I rose to take her hand and ask her to tell me why, a pretty rankling in my heart. Soft footsteps and the swish of a gown were approaching. Before I could speak, Mrs. Fuller had come through the doorway. "Come, Hope," she said. "I cannot let you sit up late. You are worn out, my dear." Then Hope bade us both good night and went away to her room. If I had known as much about women then as now, I should have had it out, with short delay, to some understanding between us. But in that subject one loves and learns. And one thing I have learned is this, that jealousy throws its illusions on every word and look and act. I went to my room and sat down for a bit of reckoning. Hope had ceased to love me, I felt sure, and how was I to win her back? After all my castle building, what was I come to? I heard my door open presently, and then I lifted my head. Uncle Eb stood near me in his stocking feet and shirt sleeves. "In trouble," he whispered. "In trouble," I said. "'Bout Hope?" "It's about Hope." "Don't be hasty. Hope'll never go back on you," he whispered. "She doesn't love me," I said impulsively. "She doesn't care the snap of her finger for me." "Don't believe it," he answered calmly. "Not a single word of it. That woman, she's tryin' to keep her away from ye, but 'twon't make no difference. Not a bit." "I must try to win her back, some way, somehow," I whispered. "Gin ye the mitten?" he asked. "That's about it," I answered, going possibly too far in the depth of my feeling. "Whew!" he softly whistled. "Wal, it takes two mittens to make a pair. You'll have to ask her again." "Yes, I cannot give her up," I said decisively. "I must try to win her back. It isn't fair. I have no claim upon her, but I must do it." "Consarn it! Women like to be chased," he said. "It's their nature. What do they fix up so fer, diamonds and silks and satins, if it ain't to set a man chasin' of 'em? You oughter enjoy it. Stick to her, just like a puppy to a root. That's my advice." "Hope has got too far ahead of me," I said. "She can marry a rich man if she wishes to, and I don't see why she shouldn't. What am I, anyhow, but a poor devil just out of college and everything to win? It makes me miserable to think here in this great house how small I am." "There's things goin' if happen," Uncle Eb whispered. "I can't tell you what or when, but they're goin' if happen, and they're goin' if change everything." We sat thinking a while then. I knew what he meant, that I was to conquer the world, somehow, and the idea seemed to me so absurd I could hardly help laughing as melancholy as I felt. "Now you go if bed," he said, rising and gently touching my head with his hand. "There's things goin' to happen, boy, take my word for it." I got in bed late at night, but there was no sleep for me. In the still hours I lay quietly, planning my future, for now I must make myself worth having, and as soon as possible. Some will say my determination was worthy of a better lover, but, bless you, I have my own way of doing things, and it has not always been so unsuccessful. End of chapter 30. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 31 of Eben Holden. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. Eben Holden, A Tale of the North Country, by Irving Bacheller. Chapter 31. Hope was not at breakfast with us. "The child is worn out," said Mrs. Fuller. "I shall keep her in bed a day or two." "Couldn't I see her a moment?" I inquired. "Dear, no," said she. "The poor thing is in bed with a headache. If Hope had been ill at home, I should have felt free to go and sit by her, as I had done more than once. It seemed a little severe to be shut away from her now, but Mrs. Fuller's manner had foreanswered any appeal, and I held my peace. Having no children of her own, she had assumed a sort of proprietorship over Hope that was evident, That probably was why the girl had ceased to love me and to write to me as of old. A troop of mysteries came clear to me that morning. Through many gifts and favors she had got my sweetheart in a sort of bondage, and would make a marriage of her own choosing if possible. "Is there anything you would like particularly for your breakfast?" Mrs. Fuller inquired. "Ain't no way particular," said Uncle Eb. "I generally eat buckwheat pancakes, and maybe sugar with a good strong cup of tea." Mrs. Fuller left the room a moment. "Dunno but I'll go out in the barn a minute and take a look at the hosses," he said when she came back. "The stable is a mile away," she replied, smiling. "Grand good team you drove us out with last night," he said. "Had a chance to look 'em over a little there at the door. The off hoss has puffed some forward, but if your husband'll put on a cold bandage every night, it'll make them legs smoother'n a hound's tooth." She thanked him and invited us to look in at the conservatory. "Where's your husband?" Uncle Eb inquired. "He's not up yet," said she. "I fear he did not sleep well." "Now, Mis' Fuller," said Uncle Eb, as we sat waiting, "if there's anything I can do to help, jest lemme know what 'tis." She said there was nothing. Presently Uncle Eb sneezed so powerfully that it rattled the crystals on the chandelier and rang in the brass medallions. The first and second butlers came running in with a frightened look. There was also a startled movement from somebody above stairs. "I do sneeze powerful sometimes," said Uncle Eb from under his red bandana. "'S enough if scare anybody." They brought in our breakfast then, a great array of tempting dishes. "Jest have 4 pancakes and a b'iled egg," said Uncle Eb as he sipped his tea. "Grand tea," he added. "Strong enough to float in a silver dollar, too." "Mrs. Fuller," I said, rising, when we had finished, "I thank you for your hospitality, but as I shall have to work nights, probably, I must find lodgings near the office." "You must come and see us again," she answered cordially. "On Saturday I shall take Hope away for a bit of rest to Saratoga probably, and from there I shall take her to Hillsborough myself for a day or two." "Thought she was goin' home with me," said Uncle Eb. "Oh, dear no," said Mrs. Fuller. "She cannot go now. The girl is ill and it's such a long journey." The postman came then with a letter for Uncle Eb. It was from David Brower. He would have to be gone a week or so buying cattle, and thought Uncle Eb had better come home as soon as convenient. "They're lonesome," he said thoughtfully, after going over the letter again. "'Tain't no wonder. They're gettin' old." Uncle Eb was older than either of them, but he had not thought of that. "Let's see, 'bout 8 o'clock," said he presently. "I've got to go and 'tend to some business o' my own. I'll be back here some time o' day, Mis' Fuller, an' I'll have to see that girl. You mustn't never try to keep me 'way from her. She's sot on my knee too many year fer that, altogether too many." We arranged to meet there at 4. Then a servant brought us our hats. I heard Hope calling as we passed the stairway: "Won't you come up a minute, Uncle Eb? I want to see you very much." Then Uncle Eb hurried upstairs and I came away. I read the advertisements of board and lodging, a perplexing task for one so ignorant of the town. After many calls I found a place to my liking on Monkey Hill, near Printing House Square. Monkey Hill was the east end of William Street and not in the least fashionable. There were some neat and cleanly looking houses on it of wood and brick and brownstone inhabited by small tradesmen, a few shops, a big stable and the chalet sitting on a broad, flat roof that covered a portion of the stable yard. The yard itself was the summit of Monkey Hill. It lay between two brick buildings and up the hill, from the walk, one looked into the gloomy cavern of the stable, and under the low roof, on one side, there were dump carts and old coaches in varying stages of infirmity. There was an old iron shop that stood flush with the sidewalk, flanking the stable yard. A lantern and a mammoth key were suspended above the door, and hanging upon the side of the shop was a wooden stair ascending to the chalet. The latter had a sheathing of weather-worn clapboards. It stood on the rear end of the brick building, communicating with the front rooms above the shop. A little stair of 5 steps ascended from the landing to its red door that overlooked an ample yard of roofing, adorned with potted plants. The main room of the chalet, where we ate our meals and sat and talked of an evening, had the look of a ship's cabin. There were stationary seats along the wall covered with leather cushions. There were port and starboard lanterns, and a big one of polished brass that overhung the table. A ship's clock that had a noisy and cheerful tick was set in the wall. A narrow passage led to the room in front, and the latter had slanting sides. A big window of little panes on its further end let in the light of William Street. Here I found a home for myself, humble but quaint and cleanly. A thrifty German who, having long followed the sea, had married and thrown out his anchor for good and all, now dwelt in the chalet with his wife and 2 boarders, both newspaper men. The old shopkeeper in front, once a sailor himself, had put the place in shipshape and leased it to them. Mine host bore the name of Opper, and was widely known as "All right, Opper," from his habit of cheery approval. Everything and everybody were "all right" to him, so far as I could observe. If he were blessed or damned, he said, "All right." To be sure, he took exceptions on occasions, but even then the affair ended with his inevitable verdict of "all right." Every suggestion I made as to terms of payment and arrangement of furniture was promptly stamped with this seal of approval. I was comfortably settled and hard at work on my article by noon. At 4 I went to meet Uncle Eb. Hope was still sick in bed, and we came away in a frame of mind that could hardly have been more miserable. I tried to induce him to stay a night with me in my new quarters. "I mustn't," he said cheerfully. "'Fore long I'm comin' down again, but I can't fool round no longer now. I'll just go and get my new clothes and put for the steamboat. Want you to go and see Hope to-morrow. She's comin' up with Miss Fuller next week. I'm goin' to find out what's the matter of her then. Somethin's wrong somewhere. Don't know what 'tis. She's all upset." Poor girl! It had been almost as heavy a trial to her as to me cutting me off as she had done. Remembrances of my tender devotion to her, in all the years between then and childhood, must have made her sore with pity. I had already determined what I should do, and after Uncle Eb had gone that evening, I wrote her a long letter and asked her if I might not still have some hope of her loving me. I begged her to let me know when I might come and talk with her alone. With what eloquence I could bring to bear, I told her how my love had grown and laid hold of my life. I finished my article that night, and in the morning took it to Mr. Greeley. He was at his desk writing and at the same time giving orders in a querulous tone to some workman who sat beside him. He did not look up as he spoke. He wrote rapidly, his nose down so close to the straggling, wet lines that I felt a fear of its touching them. I stood by, waiting my opportunity. A full-bearded man in his shirt-sleeves came hurriedly out of another room. "Mr. Greeley," he said, halting at the elbow of the great editor. "Yes, what is it?" the editor demanded nervously. his hand wobbling over the white page as rapidly as before, his eyes upon his work. "Another man garroted this morning on South Street." "Better write a paragraph," he said, his voice snapping with impatience as he brushed the full page aside and began sowing his thoughts on another. "Warn our readers. Tell 'em to wear brass collars with spikes in 'em till we get a new mayor." The man went away laughing. Mr. Greeley threw down his pen, gathered his copy and handed it to the workman who sat beside him. "Proof ready at 5," he shouted as the man was going out of the room. "Hello, Brower," he said, bending to his work again. "Thought you'd have blown out the gas somewhere." "Waiting until you reject this article," I said. He sent a boy for Mr. Otterson, the city editor. Meanwhile he had begun to drive his pen across the broadsheets with tremendous energy. Somehow it reminded me of a man plowing black furrows behind a fast-walking team in a snow flurry. His mind was "straddle the furrow" when Mr. Otterson came in. There was a moment of silence in which the latter stood scanning a page of the Herald he had brought with him. "Otterson," said Mr. Greeley, never slacking the pace of his busy hand, as he held my manuscript in the other, "read this. Tell me what you think of it. If good, give him a show." "The staff is full, Mr. Greeley," said the man of the city desk. His words cut me with disappointment. The editor of the Tribune halted his hand an instant, read the last lines, scratching a word and underscoring another. "Don't care," he shrilled as he went on writing. "Used to slide downhill with his father. If he's got brains, we'll pay him $8 a week." The city editor beckoned to me, and I followed him into another room. "If you will leave your address," he said, "I will let you hear from me when we have read the article." With the hasty confidence of youth, I began to discount my future that very day, ordering a full dress suit of the best tailor, hat and shoes to match, and a complement of neckwear that would have done credit to Beau Brummel. It gave me a start when I saw the bill would empty my pocket of more than half its cash. But I had a stiff pace to follow, and every reason to look my best. End of chapter 31. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 32 of Eben Holden. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. Eben Holden, A Tale of the North Country, by Irving Bacheller. Chapter 32. I took a walk in the long twilight of that evening. As it began to grow dark, I passed the Fuller house and looked up at its windows. Standing under a tree on the opposite side of the avenue, I saw a man come out of the door and walk away hurriedly with long strides. I met him at the next corner. "Good evening," he said. I recognized then the voice and figure of John Trumbull. "Been to Fuller's," said he. "How is Hope?" I asked. "Better," said he. "Walk with me?" "With pleasure," said I, and then he quickened his pace. We walked a while in silence, going so fast I had hardly time to speak, and the darkness deepened into night. We hurried along through streets and alleys that were but dimly lighted, coming out at length on a wide avenue, passing through open fields in the upper part of the city. Lights in cabin windows glowed on the hills around us. I made some remark about them, but he did not hear me. He slackened pace in a moment and began whispering to himself. I could not hear what he said. I thought of bidding him good night and returning, but where were we, and how could I find my way? We heard a horse coming presently at a gallop. At the first loud whack of the hoofs he turned suddenly and, laying hold of my arm, began to run. I followed him into the darkness of the open field. It gave me a spell of rare excitement, for I thought at once of highwaymen, having read so much about them in the Tribune. He stopped suddenly and stooped low, his hands touching the grass, and neither spoke until the horse had gone well beyond us. Then he rose stealthily and looked about him in silence, even turning his face to the dark sky, where only a few stars were visible. "Well," said he with a sort of grunt, "beats the devil. I thought it was a wonderful thing was happening in the sky." A great double moon seemed to be flying over the city hooded in purple haze. A little spray of silver light broke out of it as we looked, and shot backward and then floated after the two shining disks that were falling eastward in a long curve. They seemed to be so near I thought they were coming down upon the city. It occurred to me they must have some connection with the odd experience I had gone through. In a moment they had passed out of sight. We were not aware that we had witnessed a spectacle the like of which had not been seen in centuries, if ever, since God made the heavens, the great meteor of 1860. "Let's go back," said Trumbull. "We came too far. I forgot myself." "Dangerous here?" I inquired. "Not at all," said he, "but a long way out of town. Tired?" "Rather," I said, grateful for his evident desire to quiet my alarm. "Come," said he as we came back to the pavement, his hand upon my shoulder. "Talk to me. Tell me. What are you going to do?" We walked slowly down the deserted avenue, I, meanwhile, talking of my plans. "You love Hope," he said presently. "You will marry her?" "If she will have me," said I. "You must wait," he said. "Time enough." He quickened his pace again as we came in sight of the scattering shops and houses of the upper city, and no other word was spoken. On the corners we saw men looking into the sky and talking of the fallen moon. It was late bedtime when we turned into Gramercy Park. "Come in," said he as he opened an iron gate. I followed him up a marble stairway, and a doddering old English butler opened the door for us. We entered a fine hall, its floor of beautiful parquetry muffled with silken rugs. High and spacious rooms were all aglow with light. He conducted me to a large smoking room, its floor and walls covered with trophies of the hunt, antlers and the skins of carnivora. Here he threw off his coat and bade me be at home as he lay down upon a wicker divan covered with the tawny skin of some wild animal. He stroked the fur fondly with his hand. "Hello, Jock," he said, a greeting that mystified me. "Tried to eat me," he added, turning to me. Then he bared his great hairy arm and showed me a lot of ugly scars. I besought him to tell the story. "Killed him," he answered. "With a gun?" "No, with my hands." And that was all he would say of it. He lay facing a black curtain that covered a corner. Now and then I heard a singular sound in the room, like some faint, far night cry such as I have heard often in the deep woods. It was so weird I felt some wonder of it. Presently I could tell it came from behind the curtains, where, also, I heard an odd rustle like that of wings. I sat in a reverie, looking at the silent man before me, and in the midst of it he pulled a cord that hung near him and a bell rang. "Luncheon," he said to the old butler, who entered immediately. Then he rose and showed me odd things, carved out of wood, by his own hand, as he told me, and with a delicate art. He looked at one tiny thing and laid it aside quickly. "Can't bear to look at it now," he said. "Gibbet?" I inquired. "Gibbet," he answered. It was a little figure bound hand and foot and hanging from the gallows tree. "Burn it," he said, turning to the old servant and putting it in his hands. Luncheon had been set between us the while, and as we were eating it the butler opened a big couch and threw snowy sheets of linen over it and silken covers that rustled as they fell. "You will sleep here," said my host as his servant laid the pillows. "And well, I hope." I thought I had better go to my own lodgings. "Too late, too late," said he, and I, leg weary and half asleep, accepted his proffer of hospitality. Then, having eaten, he left me and I got into bed after turning the lights out. Something woke me in the dark of the night. There was a rustling sound in the room. I raised my head a bit and listened. It was the black curtain that hung in the corner. I imagined somebody striking it violently. I saw a white figure standing near me in the darkness. It moved away as I looked at it. A cold wind was blowing upon my face. I lay a long time listening, and by I could hear the deep voice of Trumbull, as if he were groaning and muttering in his sleep. When it began to come light, I saw the breeze from an open window was stirring the curtain of silk in the corner. I got out of bed and, peering behind the curtain, saw only a great white owl, caged and staring out of wide eyes that gleamed fiery in the dim light. I went to bed again, sleeping until my host woke me in the late morning. After breakfasting I went to the chalet. The postman had been there, but he had brought no letter from Hope. I waited about home, expecting to hear from her, all that day, only to see it end in bitter disappointment. End of chapter 32. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 33 of Eben Holden. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. Eben Holden, A Tale of the North Country, by Irving Bacheller. Chapter 33. That very night I looked in at the little shop beneath us, and met Riggs. It was no small blessing, just as I was entering upon dark and unknown ways of life, to meet this hoary-headed man with all his lanterns. He would sell you anchors and fathoms of chain and rope enough to hang you to the moon, but his lights were the great attraction of Riggs's. He had every kind of lantern that had ever swung on land or sea. After dark, when light was streaming out of its open door and broad window, Riggs's looked like the side of an old lantern itself. It was a door, low and wide, for a time when men had big round bellies, and nothing to do but fill them, and heads not too far above their business. It was a window gone blind with dust and cobwebs, so it resembled the dim eye of age. If the door were closed, its big brass knocker and massive iron latch invited the passer. An old ship's anchor and a coil of chain lay beside it. Blocks and heavy bolts, steering wheels, old brass compasses, coils of rope and rusty chain lay on the floor and benches inside the shop. There were rows of lanterns hanging on the bare beams. And there was Riggs. He sat by a dusky desk and gave orders in a sleepy, drawling tone to the lad who served him. An old Dutch lantern, its light softened with green glass, sent a silver beam across the gloomy upper air of the shop that evening. Riggs held an old urn lantern with little streams of light bursting through its perforated walls. He was blind, one would know it at a glance. Blindness is so easy to be seen. Riggs was showing it to a stranger. "Turn down the lights," he said, and the boy got his step-ladder and obeyed him. Then he held it aloft in the dusk, and the little lantern was like a castle tower with many windows lighted, and when he set it down there was a golden sprinkle on the floor, as if something had plashed into a magic pool of light there in the darkness. Riggs lifted the lantern presently and stood swinging it in his hand. Then its rays were sown upon the darkness, falling silently into every nook and corner of the gloomy shop, and breaking into flowing dapples on the wall. "See how quick it is," said he as the rays flashed with the speed of lightning. "That is the only traveler from heaven that travels fast enough to ever get to earth." Then came the words that had a mighty fitness for his tongue. "Hail, holy light! Offspring of heaven first born." His voice rose and fell, riding the mighty rhythm of inspired song. As he stood swinging the lantern then he reminded me of a chanting priest behind the censer. In a moment he sat down and, holding the lantern between his knees, opened its door and felt the candle. Then, as the light streamed out upon his hands, he rubbed them a time, silently, as if washing them in the bright flood. $1 for this little box of daylight," he said. "Blind?" said the stranger as he paid him the money. "No," said Riggs. "Only dreaming as you are." I wondered what he meant by the words, "dreaming as you are." "Went to bed on my way home to Mary," he continued, stroking his long white beard, "and saw the lights go out, and went asleep, and it hasn't come morning yet. That's what I believe. I went into a dream. Think I'm here in a shop talking, but I'm really in my bunk on the good ship Ariel coming home. Dreamed everything since then, everything a man could think of. Dreamed I came home and found Annie dead, dreamed of blindness, of old age, of poverty, of eating and drinking and sleeping, and of many people who pass like dim shadows and speak to me. You are one of them. And sometimes I forget I am dreaming, and am miserable, and then I remember and am happy. I know when the morning comes I shall wake and laugh at all these phantoms, and I shall pack my things and go up on deck, for we shall be in the harbor probably. Aye, maybe Annie and Mother will be waving their hands on the dock." The old face had a merry smile as he spoke of the morning and all it had for him. "Seems as if it had lasted 1,000 years," he continued, yawning and rubbing his eyes. "But I've dreamed the like before, and my God, how glad I felt when I woke in the morning." It gave me an odd feeling, this remarkable theory of the old man. I thought then it would be better for most of us if we could think all our misery a dream and have his faith in the morning. That it would bring back the things we have lost. I had come to buy a lock for my door, but I forgot my errand and sat down by Riggs while the stranger went away with his lantern. "You see no reality in anything but happiness," I said. "It's all a means to that end," he answered. "It is good for me, this dream. I shall be all the happier when I do wake, and I shall love Annie all the better, I suppose." "I wish I could take my ill luck as a dream and have faith only in good things," I said. "All that is good shall abide," said he, stroking his white beard, "and all evil shall vanish as the substance of a dream. In the end the only realities are God and love and heaven. To die is just like waking up in the morning." "But I know I'm awake," I said. "You think you are. That's a part of your dream. Sometimes I think I'm awake. It all seems so real to me. But I have thought it out, and I am the only man I meet that knows he is dreaming. When you do wake, in the morning, you may remember how you thought you came to a certain shop and made some words with a man as to whether you were both dreaming, and you will laugh and tell your friends about it. Hold on, I can feel the ship lurching." I believe I am going to wake." He sat a moment leaning back in his chair with closed eyes, and a silence fell upon us in the which I could hear only the faint ticking of a tall clock that lifted its face out of the gloom beyond me. "You there?" he whispered presently. "I am here," I said. "Odd," he muttered. "I know how it will be. I know how it has been before. Generally come to some high place and a great fear seizes me. I slip. I fall, and then I wake." After a little silence I heard him snoring heavily. He was still leaning back in his chair. I walked on tiptoe to the door where the boy stood looking out. "Crazy?" I whispered. "Dunno," said he, smiling. I went to my room above and wrote my first tale, which was nothing more or less than some brief account of what I had heard and seen down at the little shop that evening. I mailed it next day to the Knickerbocker, with stamps for return if unavailable. End of chapter 33. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 34 of Eben Holden. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. Eben Holden, A Tale of the North Country, by Irving Bacheller. Chapter 34. New York was a crowded city, even then, but I never felt so lonely anywhere outside a camp in the big woods. The last day of the first week came, but no letter from Hope. To make an end of suspense, I went that Saturday morning to the home of the Fullers. The equation of my value had dwindled sadly that week. Now a small fraction would have stood for it, nay, even the square of it. Hope and Mrs. Fuller had gone to Saratoga, the butler told me. I came away with some sense of injury. I must try to be done with Hope. There was no help for it. I must go to work at something and cease to worry and lie awake of nights. But I had nothing to do but read and walk and wait. No word had come to me from the Tribune, evidently it was not languishing for my aid. That day my tale was returned to me with thanks, with nothing but thanks printed in black type on a slip of paper. Cold, formal, prompt, ready-made thanks. And I myself was in about the same fix, rejected with thanks, politely, firmly, thankfully rejected. For a moment I felt like a man falling. I began to see there was no very clamorous demand for me in the great emporium, as Mr. Greeley called it. I began to see, or thought I did, why Hope had shied at my offer and was now shunning me. I went to the Tribune office. Mr. Greeley had gone to Washington. Mr. Otterson was too busy to see me. I concluded that I would be willing to take a place on one of the lesser journals. I spent the day going from one office to another, but was rejected everywhere, with thanks. I came home and sat down to take account of stock. First I counted my money, of which there were about $50 left. As to my talents, there were none left. Like the pies at the Hillsborough Tavern, if a man came late to dinner, they were all out. I had some fine clothes, but no more use for them than a goose for a peacock's feathers. I decided to take anything honorable as an occupation, even though it were not in one of the learned professions. I began to answer advertisements and apply at business offices for something to give me a living, but with no success. I began to feel the selfishness of men. God pity the warm and tender heart of youth when it begins to harden and grow chill, as mine did then, to put away its cheery confidence forever, to make a new estimate of itself and others. Look out for that time, O ye good people, that have sons and daughters. I must say for myself that I had a mighty courage and no small capital of cheerfulness. I went to try my luck with the newspapers of Philadelphia, and there one of them kept me in suspense a week to no purpose. When I came back reduced in cash and courage, hope had sailed. There was a letter from Uncle Eb telling me when and by what steamer they were to leave. "She will reach there a Friday," he wrote, "and would like to see you that evening at Fuller's." I had waited in Philadelphia, hoping I might have some word to give her a better thought of me, and that night, after such a climax of ill luck, well, I had need of prayer for a wayward tongue. I sent home a good account of my prospects. I could not bring myself to report failure or send for more money. I would sooner have gone to work in a scullery. Meanwhile, my friends at the chalet were enough to keep me in good cheer. There were William McClingan, a Scotchman of great gift of dignity, and a nickname inseparably connected with his fame. He wrote letters for a big weekly, and was known as Waxy McClingan, to honor a pale ear of wax that took the place of a member lost nobody could tell how. He drank deeply at times, but never to the loss of his dignity or self-possession. In his cups the natural dignity of the man grew and expanded. One could tell the extent of his indulgence by the degree of his dignity. Then his mood became at once didactic and devotional. Indeed, I learned in good time of the rumor that he had lost his ear in an argument about the Scriptures over at Edinburgh. I remember he came an evening, soon after my arrival at the chalet, when dinner was late. His dignity was at the full. He sat a while in grim silence, while a sense of injury grew in his bosom. "Mrs. Opper," said he, in a grandiose manner and voice that nicely trilled the r's, "in the 4th chapter and 9th verse of Lamentations you will find these words." Here he raised his voice a bit and began to tap the palm of his left hand with the index finger of his right, continuing, "They that be slain with the sword are better than they that be slain with hunger. For these pine away stricken through want of the fruits of the field. Upon my honor as a gentleman, Mrs. Opper, I was never so hungry in all my life." The other boarder was a rather frail man with an easy cough and a confidential manner. He wrote the obituaries of distinguished persons for one of the daily papers. Somebody had told him once his head resembled that of Washington. He had never forgotten it, as I have reason to remember. His mind lived ever among the dead. His tongue was pickled in maxims. His heart sunk in the brine of recollection. His humor not less unconscious and familiar than that of an epitaph. His name was Lemuel Franklin Force. To the public of his native city he had introduced Webster one 4th of July, a perennial topic of his lighter moments. I fell an easy victim to the obituary editor that first evening in the chalet. We had risen from the table and he came and held me a moment by the coat lapel. He released my collar, when he felt sure of me, and began tapping my chest with his forefinger to drive home his point. I stood for quite an hour out of sheer politeness. By that time he had me forced to the wall, a God's mercy, for there I got some sense of relief in the legs. His gestures, in imitation of the great Webster, put my head in some peril. Meanwhile he continued drumming upon my chest. I looked longingly at the empty chairs. I tried to cut him off with applause that should be conclusive and satisfying, but with no success. It had only a stimulating effect. I felt somehow like a cheap hired man badly overworked. I had lost all connection. I looked and smiled and nodded and exclaimed and heard nothing. I began to plan a method of escape. McClingan, the great and good Waxy McClingan, came out of his room presently and saw my plight. "What is this?" he asked, interrupting. "A serial story?" Getting no answer, he called my name, and when Force had paused, he came near. "In the 6th chapter and 5th verse of Proverbs," said he, "it is written, 'Deliver thyself as a roe from the hand of the hunter, and as a bird from the hand of the fowler.' Deliver thyself, Brower." I did so, ducking under Force's arm and hastening to my chamber. "Ye have a brawling, busy tongue, man," I heard McClingan saying. "By the Lord, ye should know a dull tongue is sharper than a serpent's tooth." "You are a meddlesome fellow," said Force. "If I were you," said McClingan, "I would go and get for myself the long ear of an ass and empty my memory into it every day. Try it, man. Give it your confidence exclusively. Believe me, my dear Force, you would win golden opinions." "It would be better than addressing an ear of wax," said Force, hurriedly withdrawing to his own room. This answer made McClingan angry. "Better an ear of wax than a brain of putty," he called after him. "Blessed is he that hath no ears when a fool's tongue is busy," and then strode up and down the floor, muttering ominously. I came out of my room shortly, and then he motioned me aside. "Pull your own trigger first, man," he said to me in a low tone. "When ye see he's going to shoot, pull your own trigger first. Go right up of him and tap him on the chest quiddy and say, 'My dear Force, I have a glorious story to tell you,' and keep tapping him. His own trick, you know, and he can't complain. Now he has a weak chest, and when he begins to cough, man, you are saved." Our host, Opper, entered presently, and in removing the tablecloth inadvertently came between us. McClingan resented it promptly. "Mr. Opper," said he, leering at the poor German, "as a matter of personable obligement, will you cease to interrupt us?" All right, gentlemens," he replied, and then, fearing that he had not quite squared himself, turned back at the kitchen door and added, "Excuse me." McClingan looked at him with that leering superior smile of his and gave him just the slightest possible nod of his head. McClingan came into my room with me a while then. He had been everywhere, it seemed to me, and knew everybody worth knowing. I was much interested in his anecdotes of the great men of the time. Unlike the obituary editor, his ear was quite as ready as his tongue, though I said little save now and then to answer a question that showed a kindly interest in me. I went with him to his room at last, where he besought me to join him in drinking "confusion to the enemies of peace and order." On my refusing, he drank the toast alone, and shortly proposed "death to slavery." This was followed in quick succession by "death to the arch traitor, Buchanan," "peace to the soul of John Brown," "success to honest Abe," and then came a hearty "here's to the protuberant abdomen of the mayor." I left him at midnight standing in the middle of his room and singing "The Land of the Leal" in a low tone savored with vast dignity. End of chapter 34. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 35 of Eben Holden. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. Eben Holden, A Tale of the North Country, by Irving Bacheller. Chapter 35. I was soon near out of money and at my wits' end, but my will was unconquered. In this plight I ran upon Fogarty, the policeman who had been the good angel of my one hopeful day in journalism. His manner invited my confidence. "What luck?" said he. "Bad luck," I answered. Only $10 in my pocket and nothing to do." He swung his stick thoughtfully. "If I was you," said he, "I'd take anything honest. Upon me word, I'd rather pound rocks than lay idle." "So would I." "Would ye?" said he with animation, as he took my measure from head to foot. "I'll do anything that's honest." "Aha!" said he, rubbing his sandy chin whiskers. "Don't seem like ye'd been used to hard work." "But I can do it," I said. He looked at me sternly and beckoned with his head. "Come along," said he. He took me to a gang of Irishmen working in the street near by. "Boss McCormick!" he shouted. A hearty voice answered, "Aye, aye, Councillor," and McCormick came out of the crowd, using his shovel for a staff. "A happy day of ye," said Fogarty. "Same of yous and many of 'em," said McCormick. "You'll give me one if you do me a favor," said Fogarty. "And what?" said the other. "A job for this lad. Will you do it?" "I will," said McCormick, and he did. I went to work early the next morning, with nothing on but my underclothing and trousers, save a pair of gloves, that excited the ridicule of my fellows. With this livery and the righteous determination of earning $2 a day, I began the inelegant task of pounding rocks, no merry occupation, I assure you, for a hot summer's day on Manhattan Island. We were paving Park Place, and we had to break stone and lay them and shovel dirt and dig with a pick and crowbar. My face and neck were burned crimson when we quit work at 5, and I went home with a feeling of having been run over by the cars. I had a strong sense of soul and body, the latter dominated by a mighty appetite. McClingan viewed me at first with suspicion in which there was a faint flavor of envy. He invited me at once to his room, and was amazed at seeing it was no lark. I told him frankly what I was doing and why and where. "I would not mind the loaning of a few dollars," he said. "As a matter of personal obligement, I would be most happy to do it, most happy, Brower. Indeed, I would." I thanked him cordially, but declined the favor, for at home they had always taught me the danger of borrowing, and I was bound to have it out with ill luck on my own resources. "Greeley is back," said he, "and I shall see him tomorrow. I will put him in mind of you." I went away sore in the morning, but with no drooping spirit. In the middle of the afternoon I straightened up a moment to ease my back and look about me. There at the edge of the gang stood the great Horace Greeley and Waxy McClingan. The latter beckoned me as he caught my eye. I went aside to greet them. Mr. Greeley gave me his hand. "Do you mean to tell me that you'd rather work than beg or borrow?" said he. "That's about it," I answered. "And ain't ashamed of it?" "Ashamed? Why?" said I, not quite sure of his meaning. It had never occurred to me that one had any cause to be ashamed of working. He turned to McClingan and laughed. "I guess you'll do for the Tribune," he said. "Come and see me at 12 tomorrow." And then they went away. If I had been a Knight of the Garter, I could not have been treated with more distinguished courtesy by those hard-handed men the rest of the day. I bade them good-bye at night, and got my order for $4. One Pat Devlin, a great-hearted Irishman, who had shared my confidence and some of my doughnuts on the curb at luncheon time, I remember best of all. "You'll never forget the time we worked together under Boss McCormick," said he. And to this day, whenever I meet the good man, now bent and gray, he says always, "Good day of ye, Mr. Brower. Do you mind the time we pounded the rock on the Boss McCormick?" Mr. Greeley gave me a place at once on the local staff, and invited me to dine with him at his home that evening. Meanwhile he sent me to the headquarters of the Republican Central Campaign Committee on Broadway, opposite the New York Hotel. Lincoln had been nominated in May, and the great political fight of 1860 was shaking the city with its thunders. I turned in my copy at the city desk in good season, and although the great editor had not yet left his room, I took a car at once to keep my appointment. A servant showed me to a seat in the big back parlor of Mr. Greeley's home, where I spent a lonely hour before I heard his heavy footsteps in the hall. He immediately rushed upstairs, 2 steps at a time, and in a moment I heard his high voice greeting the babies. He came down shortly with one of them clinging to his hand. "Thunder!" said he. "I had forgotten all about you. Let's go right in to dinner." He sat at the head of the table and I next to him. I remember how, wearied by the day's burden, he sat lounging heavily in careless attitudes. He stirred his dinner into a hash of eggs, potatoes, squash, and parsnips, and ate it leisurely with a spoon, his head braced often with his left forearm, its elbows resting on the table. It was a sort of letting go, after the immense activity of the day, and a casual observer would have thought he affected the uncouth, which was not true of him. He asked me to tell him all about my father and his farm. At length I saw an absent look in his eye, and stopped talking, because I thought he had ceased to listen. "Very well, very well," said he. I looked up at him, not knowing what he meant. "Go on, tell me all about it," he added. "I like the country best," said he, when I had finished, "because there I see more truth in things. Here the lie has many forms, unique, varied, ingenious. The rouge and powder on the lady's cheek, they are lies, both of them. The baronial and ducal crests are lies, and the fools who use them are liars. The people who soak themselves in rum have nothing but lies in their heads. The multitude who live by their wits and the lack of them in others, they are all liars. The many who imagine a vain thing and pretend to be what they are not, liars, every one of them. It is bound to be so in the great cities, and it is a mark of decay. The skirts of Elagabalus, the wigs and rouge pots of Madame Pompadour, the crucifix of Machiavelli, and the innocent smile of Fernando Wood stand for something horribly and vastly false in the people about them. For truth you've got to get back into the woods. You can find men there a good deal as God made them, genuine, strong, and simple. When those men cease to come here, you'll see grass growing in Broadway." I made no answer, and the great commoner stirred his coffee a moment in silence. "Vanity is the curse of cities," he continued, "and flattery is its handmaiden. Vanity, flattery, and deceit are the 3 disgraces. I like a man to be what he is, out and out. If he's ashamed of himself, it won't be long before his friends'll be ashamed of him. There's the trouble with this town. Many a fellow is pretending to be what he isn't. A man cannot be strong unless he is genuine." One of his children, a little girl, came and stood close to him as he spoke. He put his big arm around her, and that gentle, permanent smile of his broadened as he kissed her and patted her red cheek. "Anything new in the South?" Mrs. Greeley inquired. "Worse and worse every day," he said. "Serious trouble coming. The Charleston dinner yesterday was a feast of treason and a flow of criminal rhetoric. The Union was the chief dish. Everybody slashed it with his knife and jabbed it with his fork. It was slaughtered, roasted, made into mincemeat and devoured. One orator spoke of rolling back the tide of fanaticism that finds its roots in the conscience of the people. Their metaphors are as bad as their morals." He laughed heartily at this example of fervid eloquence, and then we rose from the table. He had to go to the office that evening, and I came away soon after dinner. I had nothing to do and went home reflecting upon all the great man had said. I began shortly to see the truth of what he had told me, men licking the hand of riches with the tongues of flattery, men so stricken with the itch of vanity that they grovelled for the touch of praise, men even who would do perjury for applause. I do not say that most of the men I saw were of that ilk, but enough to show the tendency of life in a great town. I was filled with wonder at first by meeting so many who had been everywhere and seen everything, who had mastered all sciences and all philosophies, and endured many perils in land and sea. I had met liars before; it was no Eden there in the north country, and some of them had attained a good degree of efficiency, but they lacked the candor and finish of the metropolitan school. I confess they were all too much for me at first. They borrowed my cash, they shared my confidence, they taxed my credulity, and I saw the truth at last. "Tom's breaking down," said a co-laborer on the staff one day. "How is that?" I inquired. "Served me a mean trick." "Indeed!" "Deceived me," said he sorrowfully. "Lied, I suppose?" "No, he told the truth, as God's my witness." Tom had been absolutely reliable up to that time. End of chapter 35. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 36 of Eben Holden. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. Eben Holden, A Tale of the North Country, by Irving Bacheller. Chapter 36. Those were great days in mid-autumn. The Republic was in grave peril of dissolution. Liberty that had hymned her birth in the last century now hymned her destiny in the voices of bard and orator. Crowds of men gathered in public squares, at bulletin boards, on street corners, arguing, gesticulating, exclaiming, and cursing. Cheering multitudes went up and down the city by night, with bands and torches, and there was such a howl of oratory and applause in the lower half of Manhattan Island that it gave the reporter no rest. William H. Seward, Charles Sumner, John A. Dix, Henry Ward Beecher, and Charles O'Connor were the giants of the stump. There was more violence and religious fervor in the political feeling of that time than had been mingled since '76. A sense of outrage was in the hearts of men. Honest Abe Lincoln stood, as they took it, for their homes and their country, for human liberty, and even for their God. I remember coming into the counting room late one evening. Loud voices had halted me as I passed the door. Mr. Greeley stood back of the counter, a rather tall, wiry, gray-headed man before it. Each was shaking a right fist under the other's nose. They were shouting loudly as they argued. The stranger was for war, Mr. Greeley for waiting. The publisher of the Tribune stood beside the latter, smoking a pipe. A small man leaned over the counter at the stranger's elbow, putting in a word here and there. Half a dozen people stood by, listening. Mr. Greeley turned to his publisher in a moment. "Rhodes," said he, "I wish you'd put these men out. They holler and yell so I can't hear myself think." Then there was a general laugh. I learned to my surprise, when they had gone, that the tall man was William H. Seward, the other John A. Dix. Then one of those fevered days came the Prince of Wales, a godsend, to allay passion with curiosity. It was my duty to handle some of the latest news by magnetic telegraph and help to get the plans and progress of the campaign at headquarters. The printer, as they called Mr. Greeley, was at his desk when I came in at noon, never leaving the office but for dinner, until past midnight those days. And he made the Tribune a mighty power in the state. His faith in its efficacy was sublime, and every line went under his eye before it went to his readers. I remember a night when he called me to his office about 12 o'clock. He was up to his knees in the rubbish of the day, newspapers that he had read and thrown upon the floor. His desk was littered with proofs. "Go and see the Prince of Wales," he said. That interesting young man had arrived on the Harriet Lane that morning and ridden up Broadway between cheering hosts. "I've got a sketch of him here, and it's all twaddle. Tell us something new about him. If he's got a hole in his sock, we ought to know it." Mr. Dana came in to see him while I was there. "Look here, Dana," said the printer in a rasping humor. "By the gods of war, here's 2 columns about that performance at the Academy, and only 2 sticks of the speech of Seward at St. Paul. I'll have to get someone to go and burn that theater and send the bill to me." In the morning Mayor Wood introduced me to the Duke of Newcastle, who in turn presented me to the Prince of Wales, then a slim, blue-eyed youngster of 19, as gentle-mannered as any I have ever met. It was my unpleasant duty to keep as near as possible to the royal party in all the festivities of that week. The ball in the Prince's honor at the Academy of Music was one of the great social events of the century. No fair of vanity in the Western Hemisphere ever quite equaled it. The fashions of the French court had taken the city, as had the Prince, by unconditional surrender. Not in the Palace of Versailles could one have seen a more generous exposure of the charms of fair women. None were admitted without a low-cut bodice, and many came that had not the proper accessories. But it was the most brilliant company New York had ever seen. Too many tickets had been distributed, and soon there was an elbow on every rib and a heel on every toe, as Mr. Greeley put it. Every miss and her mamma tiptoed for a view of the Prince and his party, who came in at 10, taking their seats on a dais at one side of the crowded floor. The Prince sat with his hands folded before him, like one in a reverie. Beside him were the Duke of Newcastle, a big stern man with an aggressive red beard, the blithe and sparkling Earl of Saint Germain, then steward of the royal household, the curly Major Teasdale, the gay Bruce, a major general, who behaved himself always like a lady. Suddenly the floor sank beneath the crowd of people, who retired in some disorder. Such a compression of crinoline was never seen as at that moment, when periphery pressed upon periphery, and held many a man captive in the cold embrace of steel and whalebone. The royal party retired to its rooms again, and carpenters came in with saws and hammers. The floor repaired, an area was roped off for dancing, as much as could be spared. The Prince opened the dance with Mrs. Governor Morgan, after which other ladies were honored with his gallantry. I saw Mrs. Fuller in one of the boxes, and made haste to speak with her. She had just landed, having left Hope to study a time in the conservatory of Leipzig. "Mrs. Livingstone is with her," said she, "and they will return together in April." "Mrs. Fuller, did she send any word to me?" I inquired anxiously. "Did she give you no message?" "None," she said coldly, "except one to her mother and father, which I have sent in a letter to them." I left her heavy-hearted, went to the reporter's table and wrote my story, very badly I must admit, for I was cut deep with sadness. Then I came away and walked for hours, not caring whither. A great homesickness had come over me. I felt as if a talk with Uncle Eb or Elizabeth Brower would have given me the comfort I needed. I walked rapidly through dark, deserted streets. A steeple clock was striking 2 when I heard someone coming hurriedly on the walk beside me. I looked over my shoulder, but could not make him out in the darkness, and yet there was something familiar in the step. As he came near, I felt his hand upon my shoulder. "Better go home, Brower," he said, as I recognized the voice of Trumbull. "You've been out a long time. Passed you before tonight." "Why didn't you speak?" "You were preoccupied." "Not keeping good hours yourself," I said. "Rather late," he answered, "but I am a walker, and I love the night. It is so still in this part of the town." We were passing the 5 Points. "When do you sleep?" I inquired. "Never sleep at night," he said, "unless uncommonly tired. Out every night, more or less. Sleep 2 hours in the morning and 2 in the afternoon. That's all I require. Seen the hands of that clock yonder on every hour of the night." He pointed to a lighted dial in a near tower. Stopping presently, he looked down at a little waif asleep in a doorway, a bundle of evening papers under his arm. He lifted him tenderly. "Here, boy," he said, dropping coins in the pocket of the ragged little coat. "I'll take those papers. You go home now." We walked to the river, passing few save members of the force, who always gave Trumbull a cheery "Hello, Cap!" We passed wharves where the great sea horses lay stalled, with harnesses hung high above them, their noses nodding over our heads. We stood a while looking up at the looming masts, the lights of the river craft. "Guess I've done some good," said he, turning into Peck's Slip. "Saved 2 young women. Took 'em off the streets. Fine women now, both of them, respectable, prosperous, and one is beautiful. Man who's got a mother or a sister can't help feeling sorry for such people." We came up Frankfort to William Street, where we shook hands and parted, and I turned up Monkey Hill. I had made unexpected progress with Trumbull that night. He had never talked to me so freely before, and somehow he had let me come nearer to him than I had ever hoped to be. His company had lifted me out of the slough a little, and my mind was on a better footing as I neared the chalet. Riggs's shop was lighted, an unusual thing at so late an hour. Peering through the window, I saw Riggs sleeping at his desk. An old tin lantern sat near, its candle burning low, with a flaring flame, that threw a spray of light upon him as it rose and fell. Far back in the shop another light was burning dimly. I lifted the big iron latch and pushed the door open. Riggs did not move. I closed the door softly and went back into the gloom. The boy was also sound asleep in his chair. The lantern light flared and fell again, as water leaps in a stopping fountain. As it dashed upon the face of Riggs, I saw his eyes half open. I went close to his chair. As I did so, the light went out and smoke rose above the lantern with a rank odor. "Riggs!" I called, but he sat motionless and made no answer. The moonlight came through the dusty window, lighting his face and beard. I put my hand upon his brow and withdrew it quickly. I was in the presence of death. I opened the door and called the sleeping boy. He rose out of his chair and came toward me, rubbing his eyes. "Your master is dead," I whispered. "Go and call an officer." Riggs's dream was over. He had waked at last. He was in port, and I doubt not Annie and his mother were hailing him on the shore, for I knew now they had both died far back in that long dream of the old sailor. My story of Riggs was now complete. It soon found a publisher because it was true. "All good things are true in literature," said the editor after he had read it. "Be a servant of truth always, and you will be successful." End of chapter 36. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 37 of Eben Holden. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. Eben Holden, A Tale of the North Country, by Irving Bacheller. Chapter 37. As soon as Lincoln was elected, the attitude of the South showed clearly that the irrepressible conflict of Mr. Seward's naming had only just begun. The Herald gave columns every day to the news of the coming revolution, as it was pleased to call it. There was loud talk of war at and after the great Pine Street meeting of December 15th. South Carolina seceded 5 days later, and then we knew what was coming, albeit we saw only the dim shadow of that mighty struggle that was to shake the earth for nearly 5 years. The printer grew highly irritable those days, and spoke of Buchanan and Davis and Toombs in language so violent it could never have been confined in type. But while a bitter foe, none was more generous than he, and when the war was over his money went to bail the very man he had most roundly damned. I remember that one day, when he was sunk deep in composition, a negro came and began with grand airs to make a request as delegate from his campaign club. The printer sat still, his eyes close to the paper, his pen flying at high speed. The colored orator went on lifting his voice in a set petition. Mr. Greeley bent to his work as the man waxed eloquent. A nervous movement now and then betrayed the printer's irritation. He looked up shortly, his face kindling with anger. "Help, for God's sake!" he shrilled impatiently, his hands flying in the air. The printer seemed to be gasping for breath. "Go and stick your head out of the window and get through," he shouted hotly to the man. He turned to his writing, a thing dearer to him than a new bone to a hungry dog. "Then you may come and tell me what you want," he added in a milder tone. Those were days when men said what they meant and their meaning had more fight in it than was really polite or necessary. Fight was in the air, and before I knew it there was a wild, devastating spirit in my own bosom, insomuch that I made haste to join a local regiment. It grew apace, but not until I saw the first troops on their way to the war was I fully determined to go and give battle with my regiment. The town was afire with patriotism. Sumter had fallen. Lincoln had issued his first call. The sound of the fife and drum rang in the streets. Men gave up work to talk and listen or go into the sterner business of war. Then, one night in April, a regiment came out of New England on its way to the front. It lodged at the Astor House to leave at 9 in the morning. Long before that hour the building was flanked and fronted with tens of thousands, crowding Broadway for 3 blocks, stuffing the wide mouth of Park Row, and braced into Vesey and Bardea streets. My editor assigned me to this interesting event. I stood in the crowd that morning and saw what was really the beginning of the war in New York. There was no babble of voices, no impatient call, no sound of idle jeering such as one is apt to hear in a waiting crowd. It stood silent, each man busy with the rising current of his own emotions, solemnified by the faces all around him. The soldiers filed out upon the pavement, the police having kept a way clear for them. Still there was silence in the crowd, save that near me I could hear a man sobbing. A trumpeter lifted his bugle and sounded a bar of the reveille. The clear notes clove the silent air, flooding every street about us with their silver sound. Suddenly the band began playing. The tune was Yankee Doodle. A wild, dismal, tremulous cry came out of a throat near me. It grew and spread to a mighty roar, and then such a shout went up to heaven as I had never heard, and as I know full well I shall never hear again. It was like the riving of thunderbolts above the roar of floods, elemental, prophetic, threatening, ungovernable. It did seem to me that the holy wrath of God Almighty was in that cry of the people. It was a signal. It declared that they were ready to give all that a man may give for that he loves, his life and things far dearer to him than his life. After that, they and their sons begged for a chance to throw themselves into the hideous ruin of war. I walked slowly back to the office and wrote my article. When the printer came in at 12, I went to his room before he had had time to begin work. "Mr. Greeley," I said, "here is my resignation. I am going to the war." His habitual smile gave way to a sober look as he turned to me, his big white coat on his arm. He pursed his lips and blew thoughtfully. Then he threw his coat in a chair and wiped his eyes with his handkerchief. "Well, God bless you, my boy," he said. "I wish I could go too." End of chapter 37. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 38 of Eben Holden. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. Eben Holden, A Tale of the North Country, by Irving, Bacheller. Chapter 38. I worked some weeks before my regiment was sent forward. I planned to be at home for a day, but they needed me on the staff, and I dreaded the pain of a parting, the gravity of which my return would serve only to accentuate. So I wrote them a cheerful letter, and kept at work. It was my duty to interview some of the great men of that day as to the course of the government. I remember Commodore Vanderbilt came down to see me in shirt sleeves and slippers that afternoon, with a handkerchief tied about his neck in place of a collar, a blunt man, of simple manners and a big heart, one who spoke his mind in good, plain talk, and, I suppose, he got along with as little profanity as possible, considering his many cares. He called me "boy," and spoke of a certain public man as a "big sucker." I soon learned that to him a "sucker" was the lowest and meanest thing in the world. He sent me away with nothing but a great admiration of him. As a rule, the giants of that day were plain men of the people, with no frills upon them, and with a way of hitting from the shoulder. They said what they meant, and meant it hard. I have heard Lincoln talk when his words had the whiz of a bullet and his arm the jerk of a piston. John Trumbull invited McClingan, of whom I had told him much, and myself to dine with him an evening that week. I went in my new dress suit, that mark of sinful extravagance for which fate had brought me down to the pounding of rocks under Boss McCormick. Trumbull's rooms were a feast for the eye, aglow with red roses. He introduced me to Margaret Hull and her mother, who were there to dine with us. She was a slight woman of 30 then, with a face of no striking beauty, but of singular sweetness. Her dark eyes had a mild and tender light in them, her voice a plaintive, gentle tone, the like of which one may hear rarely, if ever. For years she had been a night worker in the missions of the lower city, and many an unfortunate had been turned from the way of evil by her good offices. I sat beside her at the table, and she told me of her work and how often she had met Trumbull in his night walks. "Found me a hopeless heathen," he remarked. "To save him I had to consent to marry him," she said, laughing. "Who hath found love is already in heaven," said McClingan. I have not found it, and I am in—" he hesitated, as if searching for a synonym. "A boarding house on William Street," he added. The remarkable thing about Margaret Hull was her simple faith. It looked to no glittering generality for its reward, such as the soul's highest good much talked of in the philosophy of that time. She believed that for every soul she saved, one jewel would be added to her crown in heaven. And yet she wore no jewel upon her person. Her black costume was beautifully fitted to her fine form, but was almost severely plain. It occurred to me that she did not quite understand her own heart, and, for that matter, who does? But she had somewhat in her soul that passeth all understanding. I shall not try to say what, with so little knowledge of those high things, save that I know that it was of God. To what patience and unwearying effort she had schooled herself I was soon to know. "Can you not find any one to love you?" she said, turning to McClingan. "You know the Bible says it is not good for man to live alone." "It does, madam," said he, "but I have a mighty fear in me, remembering the 24th verse of the 25th chapter of Proverbs, 'It is better to dwell in the corner of the housetops than with a brawling woman in a wide house.' We cannot all be so fortunate as our friend Trumbull, but I have felt the great passion." He smiled at her faintly as he spoke in a quiet manner, his r's coming off his tongue with a stately roll. His environment and the company had given him a fair degree of stimulation. There was a fine dignity in his deep voice, and his body bristled with it, from his stiff and heavy shock of blond hair parted carefully on the left side, to his high-heeled boots. The few light hairs that stood in lonely abandonment on his upper lip, the rest of his lean visage always well shorn, had no small part in the grand effect of McClingan. "A love story," said Miss Hull. "I do wish I had your confidence. I like a real, true love story." "A simple story it is," said McClingan, "and I am proud of my part in it. I shall be glad to tell the story if you are to hear it." We assured him of our interest. "Well," said he, "there was one Tom Douglas at Edinburgh who was my friend and classmate. We were together a good bit of the time, and when we had come to the end of our course we both went to engage in journalism at Glasgow. We had a mighty conceit of ourselves, you know how it is, Brower, with a green lad. But we were a mind to be modest, with all our learning, so we made an agreement. I would blow his horn and he would blow mine. We were not to lack appreciation. He was on one paper and I on another, and every time he wrote an article I went up and down the office praising him for a man of mighty skill, and he did the same for me. If any one spoke of him in my hearing, I said every word of flattery at my command. 'What, Tom Douglas,' I would say, 'the man of the Herald that's written those wonderful articles from the law court? A genius, sir, an absolute genius.' Well, we were rapidly gaining reputation. One of those days I found myself in love with as comely a lass as ever a man courted. Her mother had a proper curiosity as to my character. I referred them to Tom Douglas of the Herald. He was the only man there who had known me well. The girl and her mother both went to him. 'Your friend was just here,' said the young lady, when I called again. 'He is a very handsome man.' 'And a noble man,' I said. 'And didn't I hear you say that he was a very skilful man, too?' 'A genius,' I answered, 'an absolute genius.'" McClingan stopped and laughed heartily as he took a sip of water. "What happened then?" said Miss Hull. "She took him on my recommendation," he answered. "She said that while he had the handsomer face, I had the more eloquent tongue. And they both won for him. And upon me honour as a gentleman, It was the luckiest thing that ever happened to me, for she became a brawler and a scold. My mother says there is no the like o' her in Scotland." I shall never forget how fondly Margaret Hull patted the brown cheek of Trumbull with her delicate white hand as we rose. "We all have our love stories," said McClingan. "Mine is better than yours," she answered, "but it shall never be told." "Except one little part of it," said Trumbull, as he put his hands upon her shoulders and looked down into her face. "It is the only thing that has made my life worth living." Then she made us to know many odd things about her work for the children of misfortune, inviting us to come and see it for ourselves. We were to go the next evening. I finished my work at 9 that night, and then we walked through noisome streets and alleys (New York was then far from being so clean a city as now) to the big mission house. As we came in at the door, we saw a group of women kneeling before the altar at the far end of the room, and heard the voice of Margaret Hull praying, a voice so sweet and tender that we bowed our heads at once, and listened while it quickened the life in us. She pled for the poor creatures about her, to whom Christ gave always the most abundant pity, seeing they were more sinned against than sinning. There was not a word of cant in her petition. It was full of a simple, unconscious eloquence, a higher feeling than I dare try to define. And when it was over, she had won their love and confidence so that they clung to her hands and kissed them and wet them with their tears. She came and spoke to us presently, in the same sweet manner that had charmed us the night before. There was no change in it. We offered to walk home with her, but she said Trumbull was coming at 12. "So that is the little mother of whom I have heard so often," said McClingan as we came away. "What do you think of her?" I inquired. "Wonderful woman," he said. "I never heard such a voice. It gives me visions. Every other is as the crackling of thorns under a pot." I came back to the office and went into Mr. Greeley's room to bid him good bye. He stood by the gas jet, in a fine new suit of clothes, reading a paper, while a boy was blacking one of his boots. I sat down, awaiting a more favorable moment. A very young man had come into the room and stood timidly holding his hat. "I wish to see Mr. Greeley," he said. "There he is," I answered. "Go and speak to him." "Mr. Greeley," said he, "I have called to see if you can take me on the Tribune." The printer continued reading as if he were the only man in the room. The young man looked at him and then at me, with an expression that moved me to a fellow feeling. He was a country boy, more green and timid even than I had been. "He did not hear you. Try again," I said. "Mr. Greeley," said he, louder than before, "I have called to see if you can take me on the Tribune." The editor's eyes glanced off at the boy and returned to their reading. "No, boy, I can't," he drawled, shifting his eyes to another article. And the boy, who was called to the service of the paper in time, but not until after his pen had made him famous, went away with a look of bitter disappointment. In his attire Mr. Greeley wore always the best material, that soon took on a friendless and dejected look. The famous white overcoat had been bought for $5 of a man who had come by chance to the office of the New Yorker, years before, and who considered its purchase a great favor. That was a time when the price of a coat was a thing of no little importance to the printer. Tonight there was about him a great glow, such as comes of fine tailoring and new linen. He was so preoccupied with his paper that I went out into the big room and sat down, awaiting a better time. "The printer's going to Washington to talk with the president," said an editor. Just then Mr. Greeley went running hurriedly up the spiral stair on his way to the type room. 3 or 4 compositors had gone up ahead of him. He had risen out of sight when we heard a tremendous uproar above stairs. I ran up, 2 steps at a time, while the high voice of Mr. Greeley came pouring down upon me like a flood. It had a wild, fleering tone. He stood near the landing, swinging his arms and swearing like a boy just learning how. In the middle of the once immaculate shirt bosom was a big yellow splash. Something had fallen on him and spattered as it struck. We stood well out of range, looking at it, undeniably the stain of nicotine. In a voice that was no encouragement to confession, he dared the drooling idiot to declare himself. In a moment he opened his waistcoat and surveyed the damage. "Look at that!" he went on complainingly. "Ugh! The reeking, filthy, slobbering idiot! I'd rather be slain with the jawbone of an ass." "You'll have to get another shirt," said the pressman who stood near. "You can't go to Washington with such a breastpin." "I'd breastpin him if I knew who he was," said the editor. A number of us followed him downstairs, and a young man went up the Bowery for a new shirt. When it came, the printer took off the soiled garment, flinging it into a corner, and I helped him to put himself in proper fettle again. This finished, he ran away, hurriedly, with his carpet-bag, and I missed the opportunity I wanted for a brief talk with him. End of chapter 38. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 39 of Eben Holden. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. Eben Holden, A Tale of the North Country, by Irving Bacheller. Chapter 39. My regiment left New York by night in a flare of torch and rocket. The streets were lined with crowds, now hardened to the sound of fife and drum and the pomp of military preparation. I had a very high and mighty feeling in me that wore away in the discomfort of travel. For hours after the train started we sang and told stories, and ate peanuts, and pulled and hauled at each other in a cloud of tobacco smoke. The train was sidetracked here and there and dragged along at a slow pace. Young men with no appreciation, as it seemed to me, of the sad business we were off upon, went roistering up and down the aisles, drinking out of bottles and chasing around the train as it halted. These revelers grew quiet as the night wore on. The boys began to close their eyes and lie back for rest. Some lay in the aisle, their heads upon their knapsacks. The air grew chilly, and soon I could hear them snoring all about me and the chatter of frogs in the near marshes. I closed my eyes and vainly courted sleep. A great sadness had lain hold of me. I had already given up my life for my country. I was only going away now to get as dear a price for it as possible in the hood of its enemies. When and where would it be taken, I wondered? The fear had mostly gone out of me in days and nights of solemn thinking. The feeling I had, with its flavor of religion, is what has made the volunteer the mighty soldier he has ever been, I take it, since Naseby and Marston Moor. The soul is the great captain, and with a just quarrel it will warm its sword in the enemy, however he may be trained to thrust and parry. In my sacrifice there was but one reservation. I hoped I should not be horribly cut with a sword or a bayonet. I had written a long letter to Hope, who was yet at Leipzig. I wondered if she would care what became of me. I got a sense of comfort thinking I would show her that I was no coward, with all my littleness. I had not been able to write to Uncle Eb or to my father or mother in any serious tone of my feeling in this enterprise. I had treated it as a kind of holiday from which I should return shortly to visit them. All about me seemed to be sleeping. Some of them were talking in their dreams. As it grew light, one after another rose and stretched himself, rousing his seat companion. The train halted, a man shot a musket voice in at the car door. It was loaded with the many syllables of Annapolis Junction. We were pouring out of the train shortly, to bivouac for breakfast in the depot yard. So I began the life of a soldier, and how it ended with me many have read in better books than this, but my story of it is here and only here. We went into camp there on the lonely flats of East Maryland for a day or two, as we supposed, but really for quite 2 weeks. In the long delay that followed, my way traversed the dead levels of routine. When Southern sympathy had ceased to wreak its wrath upon the railroads about Baltimore, we pushed on to Washington. There I got letters from Uncle Eb and Elizabeth Brower. The former I have now in my box of treasures, a torn and faded remnant of that dark period. Dear Sir, pen in hand to hat, you know that we are all well. Also that we was sorry you could not come home. They took on terrible. Hope, she wrote a letter. Said she had not heard from you. Also that somebody wrote to her you was going to be married. You had oughter write her a letter, Bill. Looks to me so you hain't used her right. She's a come home in July. Sowed corn today in the garden. David is off buyin' cattle. I hope God'll take care of you, boy, so good-bye from yours truly, Eben Holden. I wrote immediately to Uncle Eb and told him of the letters I had sent to Hope and of my effort to see her. Late in May, after Virginia had seceded, some 30,000 of us were sent over to the south side of the Potomac, where for weeks we tore the flowery fields, lining the shore with long entrenchments. Meantime I wrote 3 letters to Mr. Greeley, and had the satisfaction of seeing them in the Tribune. I took much interest in the camp drill, and before we crossed the river I had been raised to the rank of first lieutenant. Every day we were looking for the big army of Beauregard, camping below Centreville, some 30 miles south. Almost every night a nervous picket set the camp in uproar by challenging a phantom of his imagination. We were all impatient as hounds in leash. Since they would not come up and give us battle, we wanted to be off and have it out with them, and the people were tired of delay. The cry of "Stiboy" was ringing all over the North. They wanted to cut us loose and be through with dallying. Well, one night the order came. We were to go south in the morning, 30,000 of us, and put an end to the war. We did not get away until afternoon. It was the 16th of July. When we were off, horse and foot, so that I could see miles of the blue column before and behind me, I felt sorry for the mistaken South. On the evening of the 18th, our campfires on either side of the pike at Centreville glowed like the lights of a city. We knew the enemy was near, and began to feel a tightening of the nerves. I wrote a letter to the folks at home for post-mortem delivery, and put it into my trousers pocket. A friend in my company called me aside after mess. "Feel of that," he said, laying his hand on a full breast. "Feathers," he whispered significantly. "Balls can't go through 'em, you know. Better'n a steel breastplate. Want some?" "Don't know but I do," said I. We went into his tent, where he had a little sack full, and put a good wad of them between my 2 shirts. "I hate the idea of being hit in the heart," he said. "That's too awful." I nodded my assent. "Shouldn't like to have a ball in my lungs, either," he added. "'Tain't necessary for a man to die if he can only breathe. If a man gets his legs shot off and don't lose his head and keeps drawin' his breath right along smooth and even, I don't see why he can't live." Taps sounded, We went asleep with our boots on, but nothing happened. 3 days and nights we waited. Some called it a farce, some swore, some talked of going home. I went about quietly, my bosom under its pad of feathers. The third day an order came from headquarters. We were to break camp at 1:30 in the morning and go down the pike after Beauregard. In the dead of the night the drums sounded. I rose, half asleep, and heard the long roll far and near. I shivered in the cold night air as I made ready. The boys about me buckled on knapsacks, shouldered their rifles, and fell into line. Muffled in darkness, there was an odd silence in the great caravan forming rapidly and waiting for the word to move. At each command to move forward, I could hear only the rub of leather, the click-click of rifle rings, the stir of the stubble, the snorting of horses. When we had marched an hour or so, I could hear the faintest rumble of wagons far in the rear. As I came high on a hilltop, in the bending column, the moonlight fell upon a league of bayonets shining above a cloud of dust in the valley, a splendid picture, fading into darkness and mystery. At dawn we passed a bridge and halted some 3 minutes for a bite. After a little march we left the turnpike, with Hunter's column bearing westward on a crossroad that led us into thick woods. As the sunlight sank in the high tree-tops, the first great battle of the war began. Away to the left of us a cannon shook the earth, hurling its boom into the still air. The sound rushed over us, rattling in the timber like a fall of rocks. Something went quivering in me. It seemed as if my vitals had gone into a big lump of jelly that trembled every step I took. We quickened our pace. We fretted. We complained. The weariness went out of our legs. Some wanted to run. Before and behind us men were shouting hotly, "Run, boys, run!" The cannon roar was now continuous. We could feel the quake of it. When we came over a low ridge in the open, we could see the smoke of battle in the valley. Flashes of fire and hoods of smoke leaped out of the far thickets left of us as cannon roared. Going at double quick, we began loosening blankets and haversacks, tossing them into heaps along the line of march, without halting. In half an hour we stood waiting in battalions, the left flank of the enemy in front. We were to charge at a run. Halfway across the valley we were to break into companies and, advancing, spread into platoons and squads, and at last into line of skirmishers, lying down for cover between rushes. "Forward!" was the order, and we were off, cheering as we ran. Oh, it was a grand sight, our colors flying, our whole front moving like a blue wave on a green, immeasurable sea. And it had a voice like that of many waters. Out of the woods ahead of us came a lightning flash. A ring of smoke reeled upward. Then came a deafening crash of thunders, one upon another, and the scream of shells overhead. Something stabbed into our column right beside me. Many went headlong, crying out as they fell. Suddenly the colors seemed to halt and sway like a tree-top in the wind. Then down they went, squads and colors, and we spread to pass them. At the order we halted and laid down and fired volley after volley at the gray coats in the edge of the thicket. A bullet struck in the grass ahead of me, throwing a bit of dirt into my eyes. Another brushed my hat off, and I heard a wailing death yell behind me. The colonel rode up, waving a sword. "Get up and charge!" he shouted. On we went, cheering loudly, firing as we ran. Bullets went by me hissing in my ears, and I kept trying to dodge them. We dropped again flat on our faces. A squadron of Black Horse cavalry came rushing out of the woods at us, the riders yelling as they waved their swords. Fortunately we had not time to rise. A man near me tried to get up, "Stay down!" I shouted. In a moment I learned something new about horses. They went over us like a flash. I do not think a man was trampled. Our own cavalry kept them busy as soon as they had passed. Of the many who had started, there was only a ragged remnant near me. We fired a dozen volleys lying there. The man at my elbow rolled upon me, writhing like a worm in the fire. "We shall all be killed!" a man shouted. "Where is the colonel?" "Dead," said another. "Better retreat," said a third. "Charge!" I shouted as loudly as ever I could, jumping to my feet and waving my saber as I rushed forward. "Charge!" It was the one thing needed. They followed me. In a moment we had hurled ourselves upon the gray line thrusting with sword and bayonet. They broke before us, some running, some fighting desperately. A man threw a long knife at me out of a sling. Instinctively I caught the weapon as if it had been a ball hot off the bat. In doing so I dropped my saber and was cut across the fingers. He came at me fiercely, clubbing his gun, a raw-boned, swarthy giant, broad as a barn door. I caught the barrel as it came down. He tried to wrench it away, but I held firmly. Then he began to push up to me. I let him come, and in a moment we were grappling hip and thigh. He was a powerful man, but that was my kind of warfare. It gave me comfort when I felt the grip of his hands. I let him tug a jiffy, and then caught him with the old hip lock, and he went under me so hard I could hear the crack of his bones. Our support came then. We made him prisoner, with some 200 other men. Reserves came also, and took away the captured guns. My comrades gathered about me, cheering, but I had no suspicion of what they meant. I thought it a tribute to my wrestling. Men lay thick there back of the guns, some dead, some calling faintly for help. The red puddles about them were covered with flies. Ants were crawling over their faces. I felt a kind of sickness and turned away. What was left of my regiment formed in fours to join the advancing column. Horses were galloping riderless, rein and stirrup flying, some horribly wounded. One hobbled near me, a front leg gone at the knee. Shells were flying overhead. Cannon balls were ricocheting over the level valley, throwing turf in the air, tossing the dead and wounded that lay thick and helpless. Some were crumpled like a rag, as if the pain of death had withered them in their clothes. Some swollen to the girth of horses. Some bent backward, with arms outreaching like one trying an odd trick. Some lay as if listening eagerly, an ear close to the ground. Some, like a sleeper, their heads upon their arms. One shrieking loudly, gesturing with bloody hands, "Lord God Almighty, have mercy on me!" I had come suddenly to a new world, where the lives of men were cheaper than blind puppies. I was a new sort of creature, and reckless of what came, careless of all I saw and heard. A staff officer stepped up to me as we joined the main body. "You've been shot, young man," he said, pointing to my left hand. Before he could turn I felt a rush of air and saw him fly into pieces, some of which hit me as I fell backward. I did not know what had happened. I know not now more than that I have written. I remember feeling something under me, like a stick of wood, bearing hard upon my ribs. I tried to roll off it, but somehow it was tied to me and kept hurting. I put my hand over my hip and felt it there behind me. My own arm. The hand was like that of a dead man, cold and senseless. I pulled it from under me, and it lay helpless. It could not lift itself. I knew now that I, too, had become one of the bloody horrors of the battle. I struggled to my feet, weak and trembling, and sick with nausea. I must have been lying there a long time. The firing was now at a distance, the sun had gone half down in the sky. They were picking up the wounded in the near field. A man stood looking at me. "Good God!" he shouted, and then ran away like one afraid. There was a great mass of our men back of me some 20 rods. I staggered toward them, my knees quivering. "I can never get there," I heard myself whisper. I thought of my little flask of whiskey and, pulling the cork with my teeth, drank the half of it. That steadied me and I made better headway. I could hear the soldiers talking as I neared them. "Look there!" I heard many saying. "See him come! My God! Look at him on the hill there!" The words went quickly from mouth to mouth. In a moment I could hear the murmur of thousands. I turned to see what they were looking at. Across the valley there was a long ridge, and back of it the main position of the Southern army. A gray host was pouring over it, thousand upon thousand, in close order, debouching into the valley. A big force of our men lay between us and them. As I looked I could see a mighty stir in it. Every man of them seemed to be jumping up in the air. From afar came the sound of bugles calling "Retreat," the shouting of men, the rumbling of wagons. It grew louder. An officer rode by me hatless and halted, shading his eyes. Then he rode back hurriedly. "Hell has broke loose!" he shouted as he passed me. The blue-coated host was rushing towards us like a flood. Artillery, cavalry, infantry, wagon train. There was a mighty uproar in the men behind me, a quick stir of feet. Terror spread over them like the traveling of fire. It shook their tongues. The crowd began caving at the edge and jamming at the center. Then it spread like a swarm of bees shaken off a bush. "Run! Run for your lives!" was a cry that rose to heaven. "Halt, you cowards!" an officer shouted. It was now past 3:00. The raw army had been on its feet since midnight. For hours it had been fighting hunger, a pain in the legs, a quivering sickness at the stomach, a stubborn foe. It had turned the flank of Beauregard. Victory was in sight. But lo, a new enemy was coming to the fray, innumerable, unwearied, eager for battle. The long slope bristled with his bayonets. Our army looked and cursed and began letting go. The men near me were pausing on the brink of awful rout. In a moment they were off, pell-mell, like a flock of sheep. The earth shook under them. Officers rode around them, cursing, gesticulating, threatening, but nothing could stop them. Half a dozen trees had stood in the center of the roaring mass. Now a few men clung to them, a remnant of the monster that had torn away. But the greater host was now coming. The thunder of its many feet was near me, a cloud of dust hung over it. A squadron of cavalry came rushing by and broke into the fleeing mass. Heavy horses, cut free from artillery, came galloping after them, straps flying over foamy flanks. 2 riders clung to the back of each, lashing with whip and rein. The ruck of wagons came after them, wheels rattling, horses running, voices shrilling in a wild hoot of terror. It makes me tremble even now as I think of it, though it is muffled under the cover of nearly 40 years. I saw they would go over me. Reeling as if drunk, I ran to save myself. Zigzagging over the field, I came upon a gray-bearded soldier lying in the grass and fell headlong. I struggled madly, but could not rise to my feet. I lay, my face upon the ground, weeping like a woman. Save I be lost in hell, I shall never know again the bitter pang of that moment. I thought of my country. I saw its splendid capital in ruins, its people surrendered to God's enemies. The rout of wagons had gone by. I could now hear the heavy tramp of thousands passing me, the shrill voices of terror. I worked to a sitting posture somehow; the effort nearly smothered me. A mass of cavalry was bearing down upon me. They were coming so thick I saw they would trample me into jelly. In a flash I thought of what Uncle Eb had told me once. I took my hat and covered my face quickly, and then uncovered it as they came near. They sheered away as I felt the foam of their nostrils. I had split them as a rock may split the torrent. The last of them went over me, their tails whipping my face. I shall not soon forget the look of their bellies or the smell of their wet flanks. They had no sooner passed than I fell back and rolled half over like a log. I could feel a warm flow of blood trickling down my left arm. A shell, shot at the retreating army, passed high above me, whining as it flew. Then my mind went free of its trouble. The rain brought me to as it came pelting down upon the side of my face. I wondered what it might be, for I knew not where I had come. I lifted my head and looked to see a new dawn, possibly the city of God itself. It was dark, so dark I felt as if I had no eyes. Away in the distance I could hear the beating of a drum. It rang in a great silence. I have never known the like of it. I could hear the fall and trickle of the rain, but it seemed only to deepen the silence. I felt the wet grass under my face and hands. Then I knew it was night and the battlefield where I had fallen. I was alive and might see another day. Thank God! I felt something move under my feet. I heard a whisper at my shoulder. "Thought you were dead long ago," it said. "No, no," I answered. "I'm alive. I know I'm alive. This is the battlefield." "'Fraid I ain't going to live," he said. "Got a terrible wound. Wish it was mornin'." "Dark long?" I asked. "For hours," he answered. "Dunno how many." He began to groan and utter short prayers. "Oh, my soul waiteth for the Lord more than they that watch for the morning," I heard him cry in a loud, despairing voice. Then there was a bit of silence, in which I could hear him whispering of his home and people. Presently he began to sing: "Guide me, O thou great Jehovah! Pilgrim through this barren land, I am weak, but thou art mighty." His voice broke, and trembled, and sank into silence. I had business of my own to look after; perhaps I had no time to lose, and I went about it calmly. I had no strength to move, and began to feel the nearing of my time. The rain was falling faster. It chilled me to the marrow as I felt it trickling over my back. I called to the man who lay beside me; again and again I called to him, but got no answer. Then I knew that he was dead, and I alone. Long after that, in the far distance, I heard a voice calling. It rang like a trumpet in the still air. It grew plainer as I listened. My own name! William Brower! It was certainly calling to me, and I answered with a feeble cry. In a moment I could hear the tramp of some one coming. He was sitting beside me presently, whoever it might be. I could not see him for the dark. His tongue went clucking as if he pitied me. "Who are you?" I remember asking, but got no answer. At first I was glad; then I began to feel a mighty horror of him. In a moment he had picked me up and was making off. The jolt of his step seemed to be breaking my arms at the shoulder. As I groaned, he ran. I could see nothing in the darkness, but he went ahead, never stopping, save for a moment now and then to rest. I wondered where he was taking me and what it all meant. I called again, "Who are you?" But he seemed not to hear me. "My God," I whispered to myself, "this is no man. This is death severing the soul from my body. The voice was that of the good God." Then I heard a man hailing near by. "Help! Help!" I shouted faintly. "Where are you?" came the answer, now further away. "Can't see you." My mysterious bearer was now running. My heels were dragging upon the ground, my hands were brushing the grass tops. I groaned with pain. "Halt! Who comes there?" a picket called. Then I could hear voices. "Did you hear that noise?" said one. "Somebody passed me. So dark, can't see my hand before me." "Darker'n hell," said another voice. It must be a giant, I thought, who can pick me up and carry me as if I were no bigger than a house cat. That was what I was thinking when I swooned. From then till I came to myself in the little church at Centerville, I remember nothing. Groaning men lay all about me. Others stood between them with lanterns. A woman was bending over me. I felt the gentle touch of her hand upon my face and heard her speak to me so tenderly I cannot think of it even now without thanking God for good women. I clung to her hand, clung with the energy of one drowning, while I suffered the merciful torture of the probe, the knife, and the needle. And when it was all over and the lantern lights grew pale in the dawn I fell asleep. But enough of blood and horror. War is no holiday, my merry people, who know not the mighty blessing of peace. Counting the cost, let us have war if necessary, but peace, peace, if possible. End of chapter 39. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 40 of Eben Holden. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. Eben Holden, A Tale of the North Country, by Irving Bacheller. Chapter 40. But now I have better things to write of, things that have some relish of good in them. I was very weak and low from loss of blood for days, and suddenly the tide turned. I had won recognition for distinguished gallantry, they told me, that day they took me to Washington. I lay 3 weeks there in the hospital. As soon as they heard of my misfortune at home, Uncle Eb wrote he was coming to see me. I stopped him by a telegram, assuring him that I was nearly well and would be home shortly. My term of enlistment had expired when they let me out a fine day in mid-August. I was going home for a visit as sound as any man, but, in the horse talk of Faraway, I had a little blemish on the left shoulder. Uncle Eb was to meet me at the Jersey City depot. Before going, I, with others who had been complimented for bravery, went to see the President. There were some 20 of us summoned to meet him that day. It was warm, and the great Lincoln sat in his shirt sleeves at a desk in the middle of his big office. He wore a pair of brown carpet slippers, the rolling collar and black stock now made so familiar in print. His hair was tumbled. He was writing hurriedly when we came in. He laid his pen away and turned to us without speaking. There was a careworn look upon his solemn face. "Mr. President," said the general who had come with us, "here are some of the brave men of our army whom you wish to see." He came and shook hands with each and thanked us in the name of the Republic for the example of courage and patriotism we and many others had given to the army. He had a lean, tall, ungraceful figure, and he spoke his mind without any frill or flourish. He said only a few words of good plain talk and was done with us. "Which is Brower?" he inquired presently. I came forward more scared than ever I had been before. "My son," he said, taking my hand in his, "why didn't you run?" "Didn't dare," I answered. "I knew it was more dangerous to run away than to go forward." "Reminds me of a story," said he, smiling. "Years ago there was a bully in Sangamon County, Illinois, that had the reputation of running faster and fighting harder than any man there. Everybody thought he was a terrible fighter. He'd always get a man on the run. Then he'd catch up and give him a licking. One day he tatted a lame man. The lame man licked him in a minute. 'Why didn't ye run?' somebody asked the victor. 'Didn't dast,' said he. 'Run once when he tackled me, and I've been lame ever since.' 'How did you manage to lick him?' said the other. 'Well,' said he, 'I had to, and I done it easy.'" "That's the way it goes," said the immortal president. "You do it easy if you have to." He reminded me in and out of Horace Greeley, although they looked no more alike than a hawk and a handsaw. But they had a like habit of forgetting themselves and of saying neither more nor less than they meant. They both had the strength of an ox and as little vanity. Mr. Greeley used to say that no man could amount to anything who worried much about the fit of his trousers. Neither of them ever encountered that obstacle. Early next morning I took a train for home. I was in soldier clothes, and I had with me no others, and all in the car came to talk with me about the now famous battle of Bull Run. The big platform at Jersey City was crowded with many people as we got off the train. There were other returning soldiers, some with crutches, some with empty sleeves. A band at the further end of the platform was playing, and those near me were singing the familiar music, "John Brown's body lies a-mouldering in the grave." Somebody shouted my name. Then there rose a cry of 3 cheers for Brower. It's some of the boys of the Tribune, I thought. I could see a number of them in the crowd. One brought me a basket of flowers. I thought they were trying to have fun with me. "Thank you," said I, "but what is the joke?" "No joke," he said. "It's to honor a hero." "Oh, you wish me to give it to somebody." I was warming with embarrassment. "We wish you to keep it," he answered. In accounts of the battle I had seen some notice of my leading a charge, but my fame had gone farther, much farther indeed, than I knew. I stood a moment laughing. An odd sort of laugh it was that had in it the salt of tears, and waving my hand to the many who were now calling my name. In the uproar of cheers and waving of handkerchiefs I could not find Uncle Eb for a moment. When I saw him in the breaking crowd he was cheering lustily and waving his hat above his head. His enthusiasm increased when I stood before him. As I was greeting him I heard a lively rustle of skirts. 2 dainty gloved hands laid hold of mine. A sweet voice spoke my name. There beside me stood the tall, erect figure of Hope. Our eyes met, and before there was any thinking of propriety, I had her in my arms and was kissing her, and she was kissing me. It thrilled me to see the splendor of her beauty that day, her eyes wet with feelings as they looked up at me, to feel again the trembling touch of her lips. In a moment I turned to Uncle Eb. "Boy," he said, "I thought you—" and then he stopped and began brushing his coat sleeve. "Come on now," he added as he took my grip away from me. "We're going to have a grand good time. I'll take you all to a splendid tavern somewheres. And I ain't goin' to count the cost, neither." He was determined to carry my grip for me. Hope had a friend with her who was going north in the morning on our boat. We crossed the ferry and took a Broadway omnibus, while query followed query. "Makes me feel like a flapjack to ride in them things," said Uncle Eb as we got out. He hired a parlor and 2 bedrooms for us all at the St. Nicholas. "Pretty middlin' steep," he said to me as we left the office. "It is, certain, but I don't care, not a bit. When folks has to have a good time, they've got to have it." We were soon seated in our little parlor. There was a great glow of health and beauty in Hope's face. It was a bit fuller, but had nobler outlines and a coloring as delicate as ever. She wore a plain gray gown admirably fitted to her plump figure. There was a new and splendid dignity in her carriage, her big blue eyes, her nose with its little upward slant. She was now the well-groomed young woman of society in the full glory of her youth. Uncle Eb, who sat between us, pinched her cheek playfully. A little spot of white showed a moment where his fingers had been. Then the pink flooded over it. "Never see a girl such a smack as you did," he said, laughing. "Well," said she, smiling, "I guess I gave as good as I got." "Served him right," he said. "You kissed back good and hard. Grand sport," he added, turning to me. "Best I ever had," was my humble acknowledgment. "Seldom ever see a girl kissed so powerful," he said as he took Hope's hand in his. "Now, if the Bible said when a body kissed ye on one cheek, you must turn the other I wouldn't find no fault. But there's a heap o' difference 'tween a whack and a smack." When we had come back from dinner, Uncle Eb drew off his boots and sat comfortably in his stocking feet, while Hope told of her travels and I of my soldiering. She had been at the conservatory nearly the whole period of her absence, and hastened home when she learned of the battle and of my wound. She had landed 2 days before. Hope's friend and Uncle Eb went away to their rooms in good season. Then I came and sat beside Hope on the sofa. "Let's have a good talk," I said. There was an awkward bit of silence. "Well," said she, her fan upon her lips, "tell me more about the war." "Tired of war," I answered. "Love is a better subject." She rose and walked up and down the room, a troubled look in her face. I thought I had never seen a woman who could carry her head so proudly. "I don't think you are very familiar with it," said she presently. "I ought to be," I answered, "having loved you all these years." "But you told me that you loved another girl," she said, her elbow leaning on the mantel, her eyes looking down soberly. "When? Where?" I asked. "In Mrs. Fuller's parlor." "Hope," I said, "you misunderstood me. I meant you." She came toward me then, looking up into my eyes. I started to embrace her, but she caught my hands, and held them apart and came close to me. "Did you say that you meant me?" she asked in a whisper. "I did." "Why did you not tell me that night?" "Because you would not listen to me, and we were interrupted." "Well, if I loved a girl," she said, "I'd make her listen." "I would have done that, but Mrs. Fuller saved you." "You might have written," she suggested in a tone of injury. "I did." "And the letter never came, just as I feared." She looked very sober and thoughtful then. "You know our understanding that day in the garden," she added. "If you did not ask me again I was to know you did not love me any longer. That was long, long ago. I never loved any girl but you, I said. I love you now, Hope, and that is enough. I love you, so there is nothing else for me. You are dearer than my life. It was the thought of you that made me brave in battle. I wish I could be as brave here. But I demand your surrender. I shall give you no quarter now. I wish I knew, she said, whether you really love me or not. Don't you believe me, Hope? Yes, I believe you, she said, but you might not know your own heart. It longs for you, I said. It keeps me thinking of you always. Once it was so easy to be happy. Since you have been away, it has seemed as if there were no longer any light in the world or any pleasure. It has made me a slave. I did not know that love was such a mighty thing. Love is no Cupid, he is a giant, she said, her voice trembling with emotion as mine had trembled. I tried to forget, and he crushed me under his feet as if to punish me. She was near to crying now, but she shut her lips firmly and kept back the tears. God grant me I may never forget the look in her eyes that moment. She came closer to me. Our lips touched. My arms held her tightly. I have waited long for this, I said. The happiest moment of my life. I thought I had lost you. What a foolish man, she whispered. I have loved you for years and years, and you could not see it, I believe now. She hesitated a moment, her eyes so close to my cheek I could feel the beat of their long lashes. That God made you for me, she added. Love is God's helper, I said. He made us for each other. I thank him for it. I do love you so, she whispered. The rest is the old story. They that have not lived it are to be pitied. When we sat down at length, she told me what I had long suspected, that Mrs. Fuller wished her to marry young Livingston. But for Uncle Eb, she added, I think I should have done so, for I had given up all hope of you. Good old Uncle Eb, I said. Let's go and tell him. He was sound asleep when we entered his room, but woke as I lit the gas. What's the matter? He whispered, lifting his head. Congratulate us, I said. We're engaged. Have you conquered her? He inquired, smiling. Love has conquered us both, I said. Well, I swan, is that so? He answered. Guess I won't fool away any more time here in bed. If you children'll go into the other room, I'll slip into my trousers, and then you'll hear me talk some conversation. Beats the world, he continued, coming in presently, buttoning his suspenders. I thought most likely you'd hitch up together some time. 'Tain't often you can find a pair so well matched. The same style and gaited just about alike. When you going to get married? She hasn't named the day, I said. Sooner the better, said Uncle Eb as he drew on his coat and sat down. Used to be so when a young couple had set up and held each other's hands a few nights they was ready for the minister. Wisht you could fix it for about Christmas time, by jingo. They's other things going to happen then. Suppose you're happy now you can stand a little bad news. I've got to tell you, David's been losin' money. Hain't ever wrote you about it, not a word, 'cause I didn't know how 'twas comin' out. How did he lose it? I inquired. Well, you know that Al Barker runs a hardware store in Migleyville? He sold him a patent right. Figured and argued night and day for more'n 3 weeks. It was a newfangled wash boiler. David, he thought he see a chance if put out agents and make a great deal o' money. It did look just as easy as slidin' downhill, but when we come slide, well, we found out he was at the bottom of the hill, 'stid of the top, and it wasn't real good slidin'. He paid $5,000 for the right o' 10 counties. Then by, Barker he wanted him to go security for 1,500 bilers that he was havin' made. I told David he hadn't better go in deeper, but Barker, he promised big things, and seemed to be such a nice man, that finally David he up and done it. Well, he's had 'em to pay fer, and the fact is it costs so much to sell 'em, it eats up all the profits. Looks like a swindle, I said indignantly. No, said Uncle Eb, 'tain't no swindle. Barker thought he had a grand good thing. He got fooled, and the fool complaint is very catchin'. Got it myself years ago, and I've been doctorin' for it ever since. The story of David's undoing hurt us sorely. He had gone the way of most men who left the farm late in life with unsatisfied ambition. They shall never want for anything so long as I have my health, I said. I have $400 in the bank, said Hope, and shall give them every cent of it. 'Tain't nothin' to worry over, said Uncle Eb. If I don't never lose more'n a little money, I shan't feel terrible bad. We're all young yet. Got more'n $1 million worth of good health right here in this room. So well, I'm 'shamed of it. Man's more decent if he's a little bit sickly. An' that there girl Bill's agreed to marry you. Why, druther have her in this hull city o' New York. So had I, was my answer. Well, you ain't no luckier than she is, not a bit, he added. A good man's better'n a gold mine every time. Who knows, said Hope. He may be president some day. There's one thing I hate, Uncle Eb continued. That's the idea of havin' the woodshed and barn and garret full of them infernal wash boilers. You can't take no decent care of a hoss there in the stable, they're so piled up. One of 'em tumbled down top of me t'other day. Druther 'twould have been a panther. Made me so mad I took a club and knocked that boiler into a cocked hat. 'Tain't right. I'm sick of the sight of 'em. They'll make a good bonfire some day, said Hope. Don't believe they'd burn, he answered sorrowfully. They're tin. Couldn't we bury them? I suggested. Be a pretty costly funeral, he answered thoughtfully. You'd have to dig a hole deeper'n Tupper's dingle. Couldn't you give them away? I inquired. Wall, said he, helping himself to a chew of tobacco, we've tried that. Given 'em to everybody we know, but there ain't folks enough there, such a slew of them boilers. We could give one to every man, woman, and child in Faraway, and have enough left to fill an acre lot. Dan Perry drove in t'other day with a double buggy. We gi'n him one for his own family. It was heavy to carry, and he didn't seem to like the looks of it some way. Then I asked him if he wouldn't like one for his girl. She ain't married, says he. She will be some time, says I. Take it along. So he put in another. You've got a sister over on the turnpike, hain't you? Says I. Yes, says he. Well, I says, don't want to have her feel slighted. She won't know 'bout my havin' 'em, says he, lookin' as if he'd had enough. Yes, she will, I says. She'll hear of it and maybe make a fuss. Then we piled in another. Look here, I says after that, there's your brother Bill up there above you. Take one along for him. No, says he, I don't tell everybody, but Bill and I ain't on good terms. We ain't spoke for more'n a year. Knew he was lyin', Uncle Eb added with a laugh. I'd seen him talkin' with Bill a day or two before. Whew! he whistled as he looked at his big silver watch. "I declare, it's 'most 1:00. They's just one other piece of business to come before this meetin'. Double or single, want ye both promise me to be home for Christmas." We promised. "Now, children," said he, "'s time to go to bed. B'lieve ye'd stand there swappin' kisses till you was knee sprung if I didn't tell you to quit." Hope came and put her arms about his neck, fondly, and kissed him good night. "Did Bill prance right up like a man?" he asked, his hand upon her shoulder. "Did very well," said she, smiling, "for a man with a wooden leg." Uncle Eb sank into a chair, laughing heartily and pounding his knee. It seemed he had told her I was coming home with a wooden leg. "That is the reason I held your arm," she said. "I was expecting to hear it squeak every moment as we left the depot. But when I saw that you walked so naturally, I knew Uncle Eb had been trying to fool me." "Pretty good sort of a lover, ain't he?" said he, after we were done laughing. "He wouldn't take no for an answer," she answered. "He was always a gritty cuss," said Uncle Eb, wiping his eyes with a big red handkerchief as he rose to go. "Ye'd oughter be mighty happy, an' ye will, too. There ain't no doubt of it, not a bit. Trouble with most young folks is they want to fly too high these days. If they'd only fly close enough to the ground so they could always touch one foot they'd be all right. Glad ye ain't that kind." We were off early on the boat, as fine a summer morning as ever dawned. What with the grandeur of the scenery and the sublimity of our happiness, it was a delightful journey we had that day. I felt the peace and beauty of the fields, the majesty of the mirrored cliffs and mountains, but the fair face of her I loved was enough for me. Most of the day Uncle Eb sat near us, and I remember a woman evangelist came in and took a seat beside him a while, talking volubly of the scene. "My friend," said she presently, "are you a Christian?" "'Fore I answer I'll have to tell ye a story," said Uncle Eb. "I recollect a man by the name o' Ranney over in Vermont. He was a pious man. Got into an argument and a feller slapped him in the face. Ranney turned t'other side and then t'other and the feller kept a slappin' hot and heavy. It was just like strappin' a razor for half a minute. Then Ranney sailed in, givin' him the wust lickin' he ever had. 'I declare,' says another man after 'twas all over, 'I thought you was a Christian.' 'Am, up to a certain point,' says he. 'Can't go too far, not in these parts. Men are too powerful. 'Twon't do 'less you want to die sudden. When he begun poundin' of me, I see I wasn't exactly prepared. 'Fraid it's a good deal that way with most of us. We're Christians up to a certain point. For one thing, I think if a man stands still and see himself knocked into the next world he's a little too good for this.'" The good lady began to preach and argue. For an hour Uncle Eb sat listening, unable to get in a word. When at last she left him he came to us, a look of relief in his face. "I believe," said he, "if Balaam's ass had been rode by a woman he never'd have spoke." "Why not?" I inquired. "Never have had a chance," Uncle Eb added. We were 2 weeks at home with mother and father and Uncle Eb. It was a delightful season of rest, in which Hope and I went over the sloping roads of Faraway and walked in the fields and saw the harvesting. She had appointed Christmas Day for our wedding, and I was not to go again to the war, for now my first duty was to my own people. If God prospered me, they were all to come to live with us in town, and, though slow to promise, I could see it gave them comfort to know we were to be for them ever a staff and refuge. And the evening before we came back to town Jed Feary was with us, and Uncle Eb played his flute and sang the songs that had been the delight of our childhood. The old poet read these lines written in memory of old times in Faraway and of Hope's girlhood. The red was in the clover and the blue was in the sky. There was music in the meadow, there was dancing in the rye. And I heard a voice a-callin' to the flocks of Faraway, and its echo in the wooded hills, Good day, good day, good day. Oh, fair was she, my lady love, and lithe as the willow tree, and my heart remembers well her parting words to me. And I was sad as a beggar man, but she was blithe and gay, and I think o' her as I call the flocks, Good day, good day, good day. Her cheeks they stole the dover's red, her lips the odored air, and the glow o' the mornin' sunlight she took away in her hair. Her voice had the meadow music, her form and her laughing eye have taken the blue o' the heavens and the grace o' the bending rye. My love has robbed the summer day, the field, the sky, the dell. She has taken their treasures with her, she has taken my heart as well. And if ever in the further fields her feet should go astray, may she hear the good God calling her, Good day, good day, good day. End of chapter 40. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 41 of Eben Holden. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. Eben Holden, A Tale of the North Country, by Irving Bacheller. Chapter 41. I got a warm welcome on Monkey Hill. John Trumbull came to dine with us at the chalet the evening of my arrival. McGlingan had become editor-in-chief of a new daily newspaper. Since the war began, Mr. Force had found ample and remunerative occupation writing the obituaries of distinguished persons. He sat between Trumbull and McGlingan at table, and told again of the time he had introduced the late Daniel Webster to the people of his native town. Reciting a passage of the immortal senator, he tipped his beer into the lap of McGlingan. He ceased talking and sought pardon. "It is nothing, Force, nothing," said the Scotchman with great dignity, as he wiped his coat and trousers. "You will pardon me if I say that I had rather be drenched in beer than soaked in recollections." "That's all right," said Mr. Opper, handing him a new napkin. "Yes, in the midst of such affliction I should call it excellent fun," McGlingan added. "If you ever die, Force, I will preach the sermon without charge." "On what text?" the obituary editor inquired. "There remaineth therefore a rest for the people of God," quoth McGlingan solemnly. Hebrews, 4th chapter, 9th verse. "If I continue to live with you I shall need it," said Force. "And if I endure to the end," said McGlingan, "I shall have excellent Christian discipline. I shall feel like opening my mouth and making a loud noise." McGlingan changed his garments, and then came into my room and sat with us a while after dinner. "One needs ear lappers and a rubber coat at that table," said he. "And a chest protector," I suggested, remembering the finger of Force. "I shall be leaving here soon, Brower," said McGlingan as he lit a cigar. "Where shall you go?" I asked. "To my own house." "Going to hire a housekeeper?" "Going to marry one," said he. "That's funny," I said. "We're all to be married, every man of us." "By Jove," said McGlingan, "this is a time for congratulation. God save us and grant for us all the best woman in the world." End of chapter 41. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 42 of Eben Holden. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. Eben Holden, A Tale of the North Country, by Irving Bacheller. Chapter 42. For every man he knew and loved, Mr. Greeley had a kindness that filled him to the fingertips. When I returned, he smote me on the breast, an unfailing mark of his favor, and doubled my salary. "If he ever smites you on the breast," McClingan had once said to me, "turn the other side, for, man, your fortune is made." And there was some truth in the warning. He was writing when I came in. A woman sat beside him talking. An immense ham lay on the marble top of the steam radiator. A basket of eggs sat on the floor near Mr. Greeley's desk. All sorts of merchandise were sent to the Tribune those days for notice and sold at auction to members of the staff by Mr. Dana. Yes, madame, go on, I hear you," said the great editor as his pen flew across the white page. She asked him then for a loan of money. He continued writing, but presently his left hand dove into his trousers pocket, coming up full of bills. "Take what you want," said he, holding it toward her, "and please go, for I am very busy." Whereupon she helped herself liberally and went away. Seeing me, Mr. Greeley came and shook my hand warmly and praised me for a good soldier. "Going downtown," he said in a moment, drawing on his big white overcoat. "Walk along with me, won't you?" We crossed the park, he leading me with long strides. As we walked he told how he had been suffering from brain fever. Passing St. Paul's churchyard, he brushed the iron pickets with his hand as if to try the feel of them. Many turned to stare at him curiously. He asked me soon if I would care to do a certain thing for the Tribune, stopping to look in at a shop window as I answered him. I waited while he did his errand at a Broadway shop. Then we came back to the office. The publisher was in Mr. Greeley's room. "Where's my ham, Dave?" said the editor, as he looked at the slab of marble where the ham had lain. "Don't know for sure," said the publisher. "It's probably up at the house of the editor by this time." "What did you go and give it to him for?" drawled Mr. Greeley in a tone of irreparable injury. "I wanted that ham for myself." "I didn't give it to him," said the publisher. "He came and helped himself. Said he supposed it was sent in for notice." "The infernal thief!" Mr. Greeley piped with a violent gesture. "I'll swear if I didn't keep my shirt buttoned tight they'd have that, too." The ham was a serious obstacle in the way of my business, and it went over until evening. But that and like incidents made me to know the man as I have never seen him pictured, a boy grown old and gray, pushing the power of manhood with the ardors of youth. I resumed work on the Tribune that week. My first assignment was a mass meeting in a big temporary structure, then called a wigwam, over in Brooklyn. My political life began that day, and all by an odd chance. The wigwam was crowded to the doors. The audience had been waiting half an hour for the speaker. The chairman had been doing his best to kill time, but had run out of ammunition. He had sat down to wait, an awkward silence had begun. The crowd was stamping and whistling and clapping with impatience. As I walked down the center aisle to the reporters' table, they seemed to mistake me for the speaker. Instantly a great uproar began. It grew louder every step I took. I began to wonder and then to fear the truth. As I neared the stage, the chairman came forward, beckoning to me. I went to the flight of steps leading up to that higher level of distinguished citizens and halted, not knowing just what to do. He came and leaned over and whispered down at me. I remember he was red in the face and damp with perspiration. "What is your name?" he inquired. "Brower," said I in a whisper. A look of relief came into his face, and I am sure a look of anxiety came into mine. He had taken the center of the stage before I could stop him. "Ladies and gentlemen," said he, "I am glad to inform you that General Brower has at last arrived." I remembered then there was a General Brower in the army who was also a power in politics. In the storm of applause that followed this announcement, I beckoned him to the edge of the platform again. I was nearer a condition of mental panic than I have ever known since that day. "I am not General Brower," I whispered. "What?" said he in amazement. "I am not General Brower," I said. "Great heavens!" he whispered, covering his mouth with his hand and looking very thoughtful. "You'll have to make a speech anyway. There's no escape." I could see no way out of it, and after a moment's hesitation, ascended the platform, took off my overcoat, and made a speech. Fortunately, the issue was one with which I had been long familiar. I told them how I had been trapped. The story put the audience in good humor, and they helped me along with very generous applause. And so began my career in politics, which has brought me more honor than I deserved, although I know it has not been wholly without value to my country. It enabled me to repay in part the kindness of my former chief at a time when he was sadly in need of friends. I remember meeting him in Washington a day of that exciting campaign of '72. I was then in Congress. "I thank you for what you have done, Brower," said he, "but I tell you I am licked. I shall not carry a single state. I am going to be slaughtered." He had read his fate, and better than he knew. In politics he was a great prophet. End of chapter 42. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 43 of Eben Holden. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. Eben Holden, A Tale of the North Country, by Irving Bacheller. Chapter 43. The North Country lay buried in the snow that Christmas time. Here and there the steam plow had thrown its furrows, on either side of the railroad, high above the window line. The fences were muffled in long ridges of snow, their stakes showing like pins in a cushion of white velvet. Some of the small trees on the edge of the big timber stood overdrifted to their boughs. I have never seen such a glory of the morning as when the sun came up, that day we were nearing home, and lit the splendor of the hills, there in the land I love. The frosty nap of the snow glowed far and near with pulsing glints of pale sapphire. We came into Hillsborough at noon, the day before Christmas. Father and Uncle Eb met us at the depot, and Mother stood waving her handkerchief at the door as we drove up. And when we were done with our greetings and were standing, damp-eyed, to warm ourselves at the fire, Uncle Eb brought his palms together with a loud whack and said, "Look here, 'Lizabeth Brower. I want to hev you tell me if you ever see a likelier pair o' colts." She laughed as she looked at us. In a moment she ran her hand down the side of Hope's gown. Then she lifted a fold of the cloth and felt of it thoughtfully. "How much was that a yard?" she asked, a dreamy look in her eyes. Why," she continued as Hope told her the sum. "Terrible steep, but it does fit splendid. Oughta wear well, too. Wish you'd put that on if you go to church next Sunday." "Oh, Mother," said Hope, laughing, "I'll wear my blue silk." Come, boys and girls, said Elizabeth suddenly. Dinner's all ready in the other room. Beats the world, said Uncle Eb as we sat down at the table. Ye do look grand to me, remarkable grand, both of ye. Take a premium at any fair, ye would sartin. Has he won your affections? Said David, laughing as he looked over at Hope. He has, said she solemnly. Affections are a singular kind o' property, said Uncle Eb. Hain't good for nothin' till you've given 'em away. Then, like as not, they get very valuable. Good deal that way with money, too, said Elizabeth Brower. I recollect when Hope was a little bit of a girl, said Uncle Eb. She used to say it when she got married she was goin' to have her husband rub my back for me when it was lame. I haven't forgotten it, said Hope, and if you will all come you will make us happier. Good many mouths to feed, Uncle Eb remarked. I could take in sewing and help some, said Elizabeth Brower as she sipped her tea. There was a little quiver in David's under lip as he looked over at her. You ain't able to do hard work any more, Mother, said he. She won't never have to, neither, said Uncle Eb. Don't never pay to go lookin' for trouble. It's too easy to find. There ain't no such thing's trouble in this world 'less you look for it. Happiness won't have nothin' to do with a man that likes trouble. Minute a man stops lookin' for trouble, happiness'll look for him. Things come pretty nigh's you like 'em here in this world, hot or cold or only middlin'. You can neither laugh or cry, or fight or fish, or go to meetin'. If you don't like everyone, you can find fault. I'm on the lookout for happiness. Suits me best, some way, and don't hurt my feelin's a bit. Every day's a kind of a circus day with you, Holden, said David Brower. Always havin' a good time. You can have more fun with yourself than any man I ever see. If I have as much hereafter as I've had here, I ain't a goin' to find no fault, said Uncle Eb. It's a real splendid world. God's fixed it up so everybody can have a good time if they'll only have it. Once I heard of a poor man 'at had a bushel o' corn give to him. He looked up kind o' sad and asked if they wouldn't please shell it. Then they took it away. God's given us happiness in the ear, but he ain't a goin' to shell it for us. You and 'Lizabeth ought to be very happy. Look at them 2 children. There came a rap at the door then. David put on his cap and went out with Uncle Eb. It's somebody for more money, Elizabeth whispered, her eyes filling. I know 'tis, or he would have asked him in. We're going to lose our home. Her lips quivered. She covered her eyes a moment. David ain't well, she continued. Worries night and day over money matters. Don't say much, but I can see it's always on his mind. Woke up in the middle of the night a while ago. Found him sittin' by the stove. Mother, he said, we can't never go back to farmin'. I've plowed furrows enough to go around the world. Couldn't never go through it again. Well, said I, if you think best, we could start over see how we get along. I'm willin' to try it. No, we're too old, he says. That's out of the question. I've been thinkin' what'll we do there with Bill and Hope, if we go to live with them. Don't suppose they'll have any hosses to take care of, or any wood to chop. What we'll have to do is more'n I can make out. We can't do nothin'. We've never learnt how. We've thought that all over, I said. We may have a place in the country with a big garden. Well, said she, I'm very well if I am over 60. I can cook and wash and mend and iron just as well as I ever could. Uncle Eb came to the door then. "Bill," he said, "I want you and Hope to come out here and look at this young colt of mine. He's playful as a kitten." We put on our wraps and went to the stable. Uncle Eb was there alone. "If you brought any Christmas presents," he whispered, "slip 'em into my hands. I'm goin' to run the circus tomorrow, and if we don't have fun aplenty I'll miss my guess." "I'll lay them out in my room," said Hope. "Be sure and put the names on 'em," Uncle Eb whispered as Hope went away. "What have you done with the boilers?" I inquired. "Sold 'em," said he, laughing. "Barker never kept his promise. Heard they'd gone over to the Burg and was trying to sell more territory. I says to Dave, 'You let me manage 'em and I'll put 'em out of business here in this part of the country.' So I read out an advertisement for the paper. Read about this way: 'For sale, 1,200 patented suction wash boilers. Anyone 'at can't stand prosperity and is learnin' to swear'll find 'em a great help. If he don't he's a bigger fool 'n I am. Nothin' in 'em but tin. That's worth somethin'. Warranted to hold water.' Well, you know how that editor talks. 'Twarn't a day before the head man of the boiler business came and bought 'em. And the advertisement was never put in. Guess he wasn't hankerin' to have his business spilt." Uncle Eb was not at the supper table that evening. "Where's Holden?" said Elizabeth Brower. "Dunno," said David. "Goin' after Santa Claus, he told me." "Never see the beat o' that man," was the remark of Elizabeth as she poured the tea. "Jes' like a boy every Christmas time. Been so excited for a week couldn't hardly contain himself." "Ketched him out 'n the barn, the other day, laughin' like a fool," said David. "Thought he was crazy." We sat by the fire after the supper dishes were put away, talking of all the Christmas days we could remember. Hope and I thought our last in Faraway best of all, and no wonder, for we had got then the first promise of the great gift that now made us happy. Elizabeth, sitting in her easy chair, told us of Christmas in the olden time when her father had gone to the war with the British. David sat near me, his face in the firelight, the broad brow wrinkled into furrows and framed in locks of iron gray. He was looking thoughtfully at the fire. Uncle Eb came soon, stamping and shaking the snow out of his great fur coat. "Cold night," he said, warming his hands. Then he carried his coat and cap away, returning shortly with a little box in his hand. "Just thought I'd buy this for fun," said he, holding it down to the firelight. "Dummed if I ever saw the like of it. Whoa!" he shouted as the cover flew open, releasing a jumping jack. "Quicker'n a grasshopper. Y'ever see such a sassy little critter?" Then he handed it to Elizabeth. "Wish ye Merry Christmas, Dave Brower," said he. "Ain't as merry as I might be," said David. "Know what's the matter with you?" said Uncle Eb. "Searchin' after trouble, that's what you're doin'. Findin' lots of it right there in the fire. Trouble is goin' to get mighty scarce around here this very selfsame night. Ain't goin' to be nobody lookin' for it, that's why. For years you been takin' care o' somebody, and I'll take care o' you long as ye live, certain sure. Folks they said you was fools when you took 'em in. Man said I was a fool once. Always had a pretty fair idee o' myself since then. When some folks call you a fool, 's a rather good sign you ain't. You've waited a long time for your pay. Ain't much longer to wait now." There was a little quaver in his voice. We all looked at him in silence. Uncle Eb drew out his wallet with trembling hands. his fine old face lit with a deep emotion. David looked up at him as he wondered what joke was coming, until he saw his excitement. "Here's $20,000, said Uncle Eb. "A real, genuine bank check. Just as good as gold. Here 'tis, a Christmas present for you and Elizabeth, and may God bless you both." David looked up incredulously. Then he took the bit of paper. A big tear rolled down his cheek. "Why, Holden, what does this mean?" he asked. "'That the Lord pays his debts,'" said Uncle Eb. "Read it." Hope had lighted the lamp. David rose and put on his spectacles. One eyebrow had lifted above the level of the other. He held the check to the lamplight. Elizabeth stood at his elbow. "Why, Mother," said he, "is this from our boy? From Nehemiah? Why, Nehemiah is dead," he added, looking over his spectacles at Uncle Eb. "Nehemiah is not dead," said the latter. "Nehemiah not dead," he repeated, looking down at the draft. They turned it in the light, reading over and over again the happy tidings pinned to one corner of it. Then they looked into each other's eyes. Elizabeth put her arms about David's neck and laid her head upon his shoulder, and not one of us dare trust himself to speak for a little. Uncle Eb broke the silence. "Got another present," he said. "It's a good deal better'n gold or silver." A tall, bearded man came in. "Mr. Trumbull!" Hope exclaimed, rising. "David and Elizabeth Brower," said Uncle Eb, "the dead has come to life. I give you back your son, Nehemiah." Then he swung his cap high above his head, shouting in a loud voice, "Merry Christmas! Merry Christmas!" The scene that followed I shall not try to picture. It was so full of happiness that every day of our lives since then has been blessed with it, and with a peace that has lightened every sorrow. Of it I can truly say that it passeth all understanding. "Look here, folks," said Uncle Eb after a while, as he got his flute, "my feelin's have been touched hard. If I don't have some jollification I'll bust. Bill Brower, limber up your leather a little bit." End of chapter 43. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 44 of Eben Holden. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. Eben Holden, A Tale of the North Country, by Irving Bacheller. Chapter 44. Nehemiah, whom I had known as John Trumbull, sat a long time between his father and mother, holding a hand of each, and talking in a low tone, while Hope and I were in the kitchen with Uncle Eb. Now that father and son were side by side, we saw how like they were, and wondered we had never guessed the truth. "Do you remember," said Nehemiah, when we returned, "do you remember when you were a little boy, coming one night to the old log house on Bowman's Hill with Uncle Eb?" "I remember it very well," I answered. "That was the first time I ever saw you," he said. "Why, you are not the night man." "I was the night man," he answered. I stared at him with something of the old familiar thrill that had always come at the mention of him years agone. "He's grown a little since then," said Uncle Eb. "I thought so the night I carried him off the field at Bull Run," said Nehemiah. "Was that you?" I asked eagerly. "It was," he answered. "I came over from Washington that afternoon. Your colonel told me you had been wounded." Wondered who you were, but I could not get you to answer. I have to thank you for my life." Hope put her arms about his neck and kissed him. "Tell us," said she, "how you came to be the night man." He folded his arms and looked down and began his story. "Years ago I had a great misfortune. I was a mere boy at the time. By accident I killed another boy in play. It was an old gun we were playing with, and nobody knew it was loaded. I had often quarreled with the other boy. That is why they thought I had done it on purpose. There was a dance that night. I had got up in the evening, crawled out of the window, and stolen away. We were in Rickard's stable. I remember how the people ran out with lanterns. They would have hung me, some of them, or given me the blue beech, if a boy friend had not hurried me away. It was a terrible hour. I was stunned. I could say nothing. They drove me to the burg, the boy's father chasing us. I got over into Canada, walked to Montreal, and there went to sea. It was foolish, I know, but I was only a boy of 15. I took another name. I began a new life. Nehemiah Brower was like one dead. In Frisco I saw Ben Gilman. He had been a schoolmate in Faraway. He put his hand on my shoulder and called me the old name. It was hard to deny it, the hardest thing I ever did. I was homesick. I wanted to ask him about my mother and father and my sister, who was a baby when I left. I would have given my life to talk with him, but I shook my head. "No," I said, "my name is not Brower. You are mistaken." Then I walked away, and Nemy Brower stayed in his grave. Well, 2 years later we were cruising from Sydney to Van Diemen's Land. One night there came a big storm. A shipmate was washed away in the dark. We never saw him again. They found a letter in his box that said his real name was Nehemiah Brower, son of David Brower, of Faraway, New York, USA. I put it there, of course, and the captain wrote a letter to my father about the death of his son. My old self was near done for, and the man Trumbull had a new lease of life. You see in my madness I had convicted and executed myself. He paused a moment. His mother put her hand upon his shoulder with a word of gentle sympathy. Then he went on. Well, 6 years after I had gone away, one evening in midsummer, we came into the harbor of Quebec. I had been long in the southern seas. When I went ashore, on a day's leave, and wandered off in the fields and got the smell of the north, I went out of my head. Went crazy for a look at the hills of Faraway and my own people. Nothing could stop me then. I drew my pay, packed my things in a bag, and off I went. Left the burg afoot the day after. Got to Faraway in the evening. It was beautiful, the scent of the new hay that stood in cocks and rows on the hill, the noise of the crickets, the smell of the grain, the old house, just as I remembered them, just as I had dreamed of them 1,000 times. And when I went by the gate, Boney, my old dog, came out and barked at me. And I spoke to him, and he knew me, and came and licked my hands, rubbing upon my leg. I sat down with him there by the stone wall, and the kiss of that old dog, the first token of love I had known for years, called back the dead and all that had been his. I put my arms about his neck and was near crying out with joy. Then I stole up to the house and looked in at a window. There sat father at a table, reading his paper, and a little girl was on her knees by mother saying her prayers. He stopped a moment, covering his eyes with his handkerchief. "That was Hope," I whispered. "That was Hope," he went on. All the king's oxen could not have dragged me out of Faraway then. Late at night I went off into the woods. The old dog followed to stay with me until he died. If it had not been for him I should have been hopeless. I had with me enough to eat for a time. We found a cave in a big ledge over back of Bull Pond. Its mouth was covered with briars. It had a big room and a stream of cold water trickling through a crevice. I made it my home, and a fine place it was, cool in summer and warm in winter. I caught a cub panther that fall and a baby coon. They grew up with me there, and were the only friends I had after Boney, except Uncle Eb. "Uncle Eb!" I exclaimed. "You know how I met him," he continued. "Well, he won my confidence. I told him my history. I came into the clearing almost every night. Met him often. He tried to persuade me to come back to my people, but I could not do it. I was insane. I feared something. I did not know what. Sometimes I doubted even my own identity. Many a summer night I sat talking for hours with Uncle Eb at the foot of Lone Pine. Oh, he was like a father to me. God knows what I should have done without him. Well, I stuck to my life, or rather to my death, out there in the woods, getting fish out of the brooks and game out of the forest and milk out of the cows in the pasture. Sometimes I went through the woods to the store at Tifton for flour and pork. One night Uncle Eb told me if I would go out among men to try my hand at some sort of business, he would start me with $1,000. Well, I did it. I had also $100 of my own. I came through the woods afoot, bought fashionable clothing at Utica, and came to the big city. You know the rest. Among men my fear has left me, so I wonder at it. I am a debtor to love, the love of Uncle Eb and that of a noble woman I shall soon marry. It has made me whole and brought me back to my own people." "And everybody knew he was innocent the day after he left," said David. "Three cheers for Uncle Eb," I demanded. And we gave them. "I declare," said he, "in all my born days never see such fun. It's treemenjous, I tell ye. Them that takes care of others'll be took care of, 'less they do it a purpose." And when the rest of us had gone to bed, Uncle Eb sat a while by the fire with David. Late at night he came upstairs with his candle. He came over to my bed on tiptoe to see if I were awake, holding the candle above my head. I was worn out and did not open my eyes. He sat down snickering. "Tell ye one thing, Dave Brower," he whispered to himself as he drew off his boots. "When some folks call ye a fool, it's a pretty good sign ye ain't." End of chapter 44. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 45 of Eben Holden. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Moline. Eben Holden, A Tale of the North Country, by Irving Bacheller. Chapter 45. Since that day I have seen much coming and going. We are now the old folks, Margaret and Nehemiah and Hope and I. Those others, with their rugged strength, their simple ways, their undying youth, are of the past. The young folks, they are a new kind of people. It gives us comfort to think they will never have to sing in choirs or pound the rock for board money, but I know it is the worse luck for them. They are a fine lot of young men and women, comely and well-mannered, but they will not be the pathfinders of the future. What with balls and dinners and clubs and theaters, they find too great a solace in the rear rank. Nearly 20 years after that memorable Christmas, coming from Buffalo to New York one summer morning, my thoughts went astray in the North Country. The familiar faces, the old scenes came trooping by, and that very day I saw the sun set in Hillsborough as I had often those late years. Mother was living in the old home alone with a daughter of Grandma Bisnette. It was her wish to live and die under that roof. She cooked me a fine supper, with her own hands, and a great anxiety to please me. "Come, Willie," said she, as if I were a small boy again. "You fill the wood box, and I'll get supper ready. Lucindy, you clear out," she said to the hired girl, good-naturedly. "You dunno how to cook for him." I filled the wood box and brought a pail of water and while she was frying the ham and eggs, read to her part of a speech I had made in Congress. Before thousands I had never felt more elation. At last I was sure of winning her applause. The little bent figure stood, thoughtfully, turning the ham and eggs. She put the spider aside to stand near me, her hands upon her hips. There was a mighty pride in her face when I had finished. I rose and she went and looked out of the window. "Grand!" she murmured, wiping her eyes with the corner of her handkerchief. "Glad you like it," I said, with great satisfaction. "Oh, the speech," she answered, her elbow resting on the window sash, her hand supporting her head. "I liked it very well, but I was thinking of the sunset. How beautiful it is!" I was weary after my day of travel, and went early to bed there in my old room. I left her finishing a pair of socks she had been knitting for me. Lying in bed I could hear the creak of her chair and the low sung familiar words, "On the other side of Jordan, in the sweet fields of Eden, where the tree of life is blooming, there is rest for you." Late at night she came into my room with a candle. I heard her come softly to the bed where she stood a moment leaning over me. Then she drew the quilt about my shoulder with a gentle hand. "Poor little orphan," said she in a whisper that trembled. She was thinking of my childhood, of her own happier days. Then she went away and I heard, in the silence, a ripple of measureless waters. Next morning I took flowers and strewed them on the graves of David and Uncle Eb. There Hope and I go often to sit for half a summer day above those perished forms, and think of the old time and of those last words of my venerable friend now graven on his tombstone. "I ain't afraid. 'Shamed o' nothin' I ever done. Always kep' my tugs tight. Never swore less 'twas necessary. Never ketched a fish bigger'n it was, or lied in a hoss trade, or shed a tear I didn't have to. Never cheated anybody but Eben Holden. Goin' off somewheres. Bill dunno the way, nuther dunno if it was east or west or north or south, or road or trail. But I ain't afraid." End of chapter 45. Recording by Roger Moline. End of Eben Holden, A Tale of the North Country, by Irving Bacheller.